Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 3775. Devour, devour, devour. This indescribable feeling surged out from the depths of Kang Xinmu's heart. He could taste the fresh blood flowing down his throat, and he could feel his body gradually losing its senses under the power of lightning. The pupils of the black dragon that he had transformed into became darker and darker. His dragon teeth sank deeper into the flesh of the divine dragon's neck. Devour? Devour. A voice surged out from the bottom of his heart. It clearly came from the black divine dragon's blood essence. It was in an extremely excited state. It was clear that Jiang Shenwu was at an absolute disadvantage in this confrontation. It wouldn't be long before he was killed by the power of his opponent's lightning. However, Kang Xinmu felt that his divine dragon body was becoming hotter and hotter. This is the feeling. Devour. Let me see what's so special about you. Jiang Shenwu gritted his teeth and finally stopped controlling the urge to devour that had surged out of his body. As he relaxed, the body of the black dragon he had transformed into immediately emitted an eerie and dangerous aura. This aura caused Jiang Xinyu, who was watching the battle not far away, to feel a chill in her heart. The dragon of thunder, Jiang Luo, who was fighting with Jiang Shenwu, also felt a jolt in his heart. He was a little confused as he did not know what had happened to Jiang Shenwu's black dragon. In the next moment, Jiang Luo suddenly let out a tragic howl. The dragon of lightning roared angrily at the sky. It turned out that the black dragon's teeth that Kang Xinmu had transformed into were suddenly covered with a terrifying devouring aura. The parts of the dragon's flesh that were embedded in the dragon's flesh started to tear. The dragon's blood and flesh were torn into pieces by the black dragon's teeth. Then, the dragon's flesh and blood were continuously crushed into the purest energy, which was then absorbed and devoured by the black dragon's teeth. This kind of devouring? Kang Xinmu's heart skipped a beat. He could feel that the dragon of lightning, Jiang Luo, was in endless pain. However, the black dragon that he had transformed into recovered a little after devouring a little of the dragon's flesh and blood. Originally, the black dragon's body had been charred by the lightning. Now, a portion of the dragon's scales and skin had started to recover. Furthermore, Kang Xinmu could vaguely feel that his strength had increased a little. Although this enhancement was not much, it was a real enhancement. Jiang Shenwu could confirm this. You have a death wish. The thunder dragon that Jiang Luo had transformed into let out an extremely painful roar. The sound of the dragon's roar traveled far and wide. His entire body, which was 120 feet long, instantly flew into the air and flipped around. The black dragon was grabbed tightly by its claws and brought into the sky. Although it was late at night, the lightning of the dragon of lightning lit up the nearby dense forest. Although this is making the other party in pain, if I don't devour, I will die. Sorry. The eyes of the black dragon that Jiang Shenwu had transformed into were extremely calm. Not only did he not suppress the urge to devour, but he even increased the devouring speed. The eyes of the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into were extremely calm. Not only did he not suppress the urge to devour, but he also increased the speed of the devouring. The black dragon's heavy injuries started to slowly recover. In comparison, the lightning dragon's neck was tightly bitten by the black dragon. The black dragon was constantly devouring the lightning dragon's flesh and essence. It was no longer at its peak. The serious injuries that the black dragon had sustained started to recover slowly. In contrast, the dragon of lightning, whose neck was being bitten by the black dragon, was constantly devouring the essence of the dragon's flesh and blood. The dragon was no longer at its peak. The lightning became brighter and stronger. Even though it was being devoured continuously, the dragon of lightning still possessed extremely strong combat power. The dragon extended its claws and the teeth of the dragon of lightning, which were covered in lightning, bit the back of the black dragon. The power of lightning instantly invaded the black dragon's body. The heart-wrenching pain made Kang Shinmu grit his teeth and refuse to let go. The pitch-black devouring power on the dragon's teeth continued to devour the other party's flesh and blood essence as well as the power within the body. Gradually, Kang Shinmu actually felt that the damage that the other party's power of lightning had on him was getting smaller and smaller. This discovery made him feel somewhat happy. Could it be that devouring the other party's flesh and blood can gradually increase one's immunity to the other party's power? This kind of devouring power is really frightening. This black dragon. While Kang Shinmu was delighted, he was also a little worried and nervous. This was because this black dragon was really too strange. He had never heard of any divine dragon's bloodline power that could devour. Even if there was, it wouldn't be in such a strange form. Could it be that his father, Jiang Zizai, had been devoured by this black dragon in this manner? Kang Shinmu shook his head and didn't think too much about it. This was a moment of life and death. There was no point in thinking too much. He would think about it after he had dealt with his opponent. The power of lightning lit up the surrounding area within a radius of 100 miles. The roar of the furious dragon could probably be heard even further. Although it's only an ordinary dragon of 8 feet, it has already made me look at you in a different light. However, brat, don't think that you have any chance of winning. The difference in strength is right in front of you. Jiang Luo roared angrily. His body as a dragon of lightning was twice the size of the black dragon. In terms of size, he completely crushed the black dragon. Not only was there a powerful lightning bombarding the black dragon, but there was also a huge force crushing the black dragon's body. It was like a giant python coiling around and constantly squeezing. In terms of strength, the black dragon that Kang Shinmu had transformed into was indeed no match for his opponent. In fact, not only was he not a match, he was far from it. When the other party exerted all his strength and coiled around the black dragon's body, Kang Shinmu felt a suffocating pressure coming from all directions of the divine dragon's body. As the power of lightning bombarded his body, he once again suffered serious injuries. Moreover, as the other party continued to squeeze and coil around him, the internal organs of the black dragon's body began to suffer serious damage. There was only one thought left in Kang Shinmu's mind. Devour, devour, devour. This was the instinct of the black dragon that he had transformed into. It was the ultimate will that came with the inheritance blood essence. At this critical moment, he had nothing else to rely on except this will to devour. The black dragon's flesh and blood were constantly devoured and absorbed by the black dragon. Although the black dragon was constantly being destroyed, it was also constantly recovering its strength during the process of devouring. Even its injuries were recovering rapidly. More importantly, Kang Shinmu could sense that the black dragon's body that he had transformed into would occasionally emit explosive sounds from the depths of his bones. Then, the entire body of the black dragon seemed to become a little larger than before. Could devouring also increase the size of a dragon's body? This was something that Kang Shinmu had never heard of. However, he was not sure now. After all, he was in the middle of an intense battle in the middle of the night. He had no time to check if his divine dragon's body had become a little larger. Devour. 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 Kang Shinmu did not have any distracting thoughts. He did not think of anything else. He was completely focused on devouring his opponent's flesh and blood. Even if his divine dragon's body was constantly being destroyed and his injuries from being entangled and squeezed, he did not care. Lunatic. Lunatic. Gradually, Jiang Luo also felt that something was wrong. The neck of the lightning dragon that he had transformed into was about to be bitten to pieces. His flesh and blood were almost completely devoured, and his strength was rapidly draining. On the other hand, the black dragon that he was entangling not only did not have its life force weakened, but it was also becoming more and more tenacious. Its resistance was becoming more and more intense. This was completely beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, even if it was an ordinary dragon, it should have died after being continuously attacked by the lightning dragon that he had transformed into for such a long time, right? However, this ordinary dragon had endured for such a long time. Instead, its life force was becoming more and more vigorous. As time went by, Jiang Luo even felt that he was going to die here. His life force was continuously draining away, or rather, it could be said that it was being devoured by the black dragon. Jiang Xinyu, come and get him out of here. Jiang Luo roared angrily. His entire body, which was over 120 feet long, struggled continuously. Lightning exploded in all directions, and the dense forest nearby was almost razed to the ground. Jiang Xinyu, who had been watching the battle from the side and hesitating about whether she should come forward, saw that the situation was getting worse. She immediately stopped hesitating and transformed into her blue dragon form to attack. The power of ice was constantly emitted from the blue dragon's body. It condensed into ice spikes that pierced through the air in the direction of the black dragon and the lightning dragon's battle. Jiang Xinyu's divine dragon power was the power of ice. She could not care too much now and directly attacked. Jiang Luo saw what was happening. After all, the lightning dragon that he had transformed into was still very strong. He immediately swept up the black dragon's body and threw it towards the ice spikes. Kang Xinmu gritted his teeth. His divine dragon body was thrown out, but his dragon teeth were still firmly embedded in his opponent's flesh. He would rather die than pull them out. The extremely cold ice spikes pierced several holes in the black dragon's body in an instant. Then, ice covered his body and almost completely froze Kang Xinmu. But even so, he didn't give in at all. The dragon's teeth continued to devour the flesh and blood of the lightning dragon. Even though he was constantly bombarded by lightning, his injuries were constantly recovering. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that his strength was becoming stronger and stronger. This devouring power is too terrifying. As long as the other party does not kill me in one go, I will always have a chance to turn the tables. In Jiang Shenwu's mind, the scene of the black dragon swallowing his father, Jiang Zizai, in one gulp in the coiling dragon pillar appeared once again. Perhaps it was because the black dragon had felt the domineering aura of the black dragon, the devouring power of the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into became even stronger. In the next moment, a wave of devouring black gas enveloped the lightning dragon's upper body. Devour! Devour! Kang Xinmu's consciousness was a little blurry, but he knew that he had to survive. The lower half of the black dragon's body had been completely frozen by the ice spikes of the blue dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into. He had lost all feeling. If he wanted to survive, he had to kill the lightning dragon that Jiang Luo had transformed into. The devouring power finally erupted when he was in a desperate situation. The power that came from the lightning dragon's flesh and organs was devoured like a torrent into the black dragon's body. Chapter 3776. The blood and flesh of the lightning dragon turned into a torrent of energy and was devoured by the black dragon. The black dragon's body, which was originally 8 meters long, started to creak. Its body started to expand. This shocked even Kang Xinmu, let alone Jiang Xinyu, who was watching him grow. As for the lightning dragon that Jiang Luo had transformed into, he did not feel the black dragon's body growing. He only felt that his life force was draining away, and it was draining away faster and faster. His body became weaker and weaker. What's going on? Jiang Luo could not understand. The lightning dragon that he had transformed into was much stronger than the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. Why was he losing all his life force? He felt that the black dragon that he had entangled was slowly breaking free and entangling him instead. His consciousness became more and more blurry. It was as if all his life force was being devoured by a strange power. The source of the devouring power seemed to be the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. By the time Jiang Luo realized this, it was too late. The black dragon was biting the lightning dragon's neck and devouring its blood, flesh, and life essence. Soon, half of the lightning dragon's body had turned into the purest life essence and was devoured by the black dragon. The blue ice dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into kept roaring in the distance. It released icy thorns that bombarded the black dragon's body in midair. However, it could not stop the black dragon from devouring the lightning dragon's flesh. The ice kept freezing the black dragon's body. However, as it devoured the lightning dragon's flesh, the boiling blood that surged out of its body easily melted the ice. Jiang Xinyu could only watch as the lightning dragon howled miserably as its entire body was devoured. In a short period of time, only the dragon's bones were left. This horrifying scene caused Jiang Xinyu's mind to freeze. She had never heard of a divine dragon's blood that could be devoured. Moreover, it could devour the blood and flesh of other divine dragons. Wasn't this too strange? Could it be that Kang Xinmu had cultivated some strange forbidden skill? The struggle had already stopped. Kang Xinmu gradually regained his consciousness. He sensed that the flesh and blood that the black dragon had bitten into had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a skeleton. Even he himself was shocked. However, his current condition was very good, even better than before the battle. The flesh and life essence I devoured actually made me stronger, and the injuries I suffered in battle have all healed. This black dragon is indeed miraculous. Kang Xinmu was shocked. He clearly knew that this secret couldn't be leaked out. No matter who it was, they couldn't know it. Otherwise, he would have to face endless dangers. After all, he had never heard of such a mysterious divine dragon's blood essence. Not to mention the mere Jiang clan, even in the entire dragon prison domain, or even in the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty, such an existence had never appeared. What made Kang Xinmu the most incredulous was that after he devoured the thunder dragon's flesh and blood essence, not only had his injuries healed, his strength had also increased. Most importantly, the black dragon's body had grown by 10 feet, from the original 80 feet to the present 90 feet. Perhaps this was the reason why his strength had increased. From 80 feet to 90 feet, there wasn't much of a difference. It was still at the bottom of the ranks of ordinary dragons, but with the devouring power of the black dragon's blood essence, if Kang Xinmu were to fight against an ordinary dragon warrior of the same realm, he would definitely not lose. It actually grew. Kang Xinmu released the thunder dragon's skeleton in his mouth, causing it to fall heavily into the forest that had long been destroyed by lightning, making a loud crash. He turned his head, and the black dragon's eyes stared directly at the blue ice dragon not far away. The blue dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into was 100 feet long, and it had the power of ice. If not for the black dragon's devouring power, just the power of ice would have been enough to destroy the black dragon's body. Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu had completely recovered, and was even stronger than before. Under such circumstances, Jiang Xinyu did not think that she was his match. Moreover, she had watched helplessly as the thunder dragon that Jiang Luo had transformed into was devoured, leaving only its skeleton. She had long lost the will to fight. Jiang Luo was definitely stronger than her. Now that even Jiang Luo had died under the evil black dragon's mouth of Kang Xinmu, how could she, Jiang Xinyu, deal with the black dragon? Run! Jiang Xinyu almost immediately made this decision. Just as Kang Xinmu turned his head to look at her, the entire blue ice dragon turned sideways and flew into the distance. At the same time, a dragon's roar sounded, as if it was trying to attract the surrounding people. Unfortunately, in the middle of the night, there would be no one else in this desolate forest. Even Jiang Rong and his son, Jiang Juanma, who were originally near the Green Shade waterfall, would have gone back long ago if they didn't find anything. No matter what, Kang Xinmu could not let Jiang Xinyu escape. He must stop her. Let me try the power of devouring again. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. The black dragon's body soared in the air, bringing a violent whirlwind as it chased after the blue ice dragon. The blue ice dragon's speed was a little faster than the black dragon's. She kept shooting ice thorns behind her, which greatly hindered the black dragon's pursuit. Kang Xinmu had transformed into a black dragon. His body was 9 feet long, and the devouring power was still lingering around the dragon's body. Even the ice thorns that kept attacking him were devoured. The devoured ice thorns would not enhance the strength of the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into, but it could restore his consumed physical strength. Soon, Kang Xinmu discovered that he could also use the ice thorns to increase his speed for a short time. These ice thorns were actually the power of the blue ice dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into. The black dragon's devouring power could transform it into its own power. This kind of heaven-defying ability made Kang Xinmu happy. However, deep down, he was also worried. After all, this ability was too strange. It was hard to tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Perhaps, behind this heaven-defying power, there was an unimaginable threat, just like when his father, Jiang Zizai, was devoured. That scene made Kang Xinmu's heart uneasy. But now, he could use the devouring power to successfully resolve the current predicament. The black dragon devoured the power of the ice thorns and turned it into its own power. It soared through the clouds, getting closer and closer to the blue ice dragon. Perhaps Jiang Xinyu had also discovered the strangeness of the black dragon. It could actually increase its speed after devouring the power of her ice thorns. She was so shocked that she had already stopped releasing the ice thorns. But it was too late. The black dragon quickly caught up to the blue ice dragon. As she roared angrily, the black dragon's claws clawed at her body. The terrifying force caused the blue ice dragon's body to stop. Then, it was thrown heavily to the ground. The blue ice dragon subconsciously struggled, but the black dragon's teeth had already sunk into the dragon's body. The devouring power instantly spread. After devouring the thunder dragon, Kang Xinmu's use of the devouring power had become more proficient. He could activate the strongest devouring power with just a thought. A wave of ice covered the entire body of the blue ice dragon. This was Jiang Xinyu's defensive technique. The ice even froze the surface of the black dragon, making it difficult for it to move. However, the black dragon's teeth still pierced into the dragon's body. This meant that the black dragon could continue to devour the opponent's power. Neither the thunder nor the ice could stop its devouring power. The black dragon's flesh and life essence were enveloped by the devouring power and then absorbed into its body. In a short period of time, the black dragon's resistance to the power of ice was greatly increased. It was just like how it could resist the power of thunder after devouring the thunder dragon's power. Although this increase in resistance was only temporary, it was far more than enough for Kang Xinmu's current situation. The effect of the ice on the black dragon was decreasing. This allowed Kang Xinmu to use the devouring power more freely. Now that both sides did not cultivate dragon techniques, they could only fight based on their instincts. Without a doubt, after Kang Xinmu devoured the thunder dragon, he was stronger than his opponent. Even in terms of power, the black dragon had already suppressed Jiang Xinyu's blue ice dragon. Furthermore, the devouring power was much stronger than his opponent's ice power. It could completely suppress his opponent. Under such circumstances, the blue ice dragon could no longer fight back. Me? Admit defeat? Admit defeat? Don't kill me? Me? Jiang Xinyu saw that she was no match for him. She wanted to surrender and save her life. However, the current situation was not about winning or losing, but about life and death. The secret of Kang Xinmu's devouring power could not be revealed. Therefore, he could not let Jiang Xinyu go. On the other hand, if Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo were stronger, they would not let Kang Xinmu go either. Originally, Jiang Xinwu didn't want to fight, but he was helpless against the enemy's encirclement. He resisted, and fortunately, this allowed him to discover the powerful devouring power inherited from the black dragon's blood essence. No matter how Jiang Xinyu wailed, she could not stop Kang Xinmu from devouring her. As time passed, the blue ice dragon's struggles and wails became weaker. Her flesh and life essence were all devoured by the black dragon. During this process, the black dragon's body continued to grow. At first, it was 8 feet long. After devouring the thunder dragon, it grew to 9 feet. Now, it was gradually growing to 10 feet. This growth excited Kang Xinmu, but at the same time, he was deeply worried. What kind of existence was the black dragon's blood essence? If it continued to devour, wouldn't it surpass the blood essence of the sky dragon or even the holy dragon? Chapter 3777. Not long after, in the middle of the night, Kang Xinmu completely devoured the flesh and blood of the blue ice dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into. The blue ice dragon was the same as the dragon of thunder. All that was left was its skeleton. Without a doubt, the dragon skeleton was the toughest part of a divine dragon's body. It was not difficult for Kang Xinmu to devour the divine dragon's flesh, blood, and life essence. But the remaining divine dragon skeleton was not so easy to devour. Kang Xinmu fell into deep thought. If I don't get rid of these 2 skeletons, it will be troublesome if the Jiang tribe finds out tomorrow. The best way to deal with them is to devour them and leave no traces behind. He maintained his dragon form and gathered his devouring power on his dragon claws. He gripped the dragon bones tightly and covered them with his devouring power. The tough dragon bones were difficult to devour. But as the devouring power increased, it could slowly devour the dragon bones bit by bit. The entire barren mountain suddenly became silent. The devouring of the dragon bones did not make a sound. And in the night sky, 2 meteors streaked across the sky. It seemed to correspond to the deaths of the 2 divine dragons, Jiang Luo and Jiang Xinyu. But tonight, besides Kang Xinmu himself, no one else knew that the 2 of them had died. Originally, the 2 of them had sneaked out and wanted to do some sneaky things at night. No one knew that they had left the Grand Prince's residence. It was precisely because of this that the 2 of them wanted to kill Jiang Xinwu to keep him quiet after being exposed by him. Unfortunately, they failed to kill him and were devoured instead, and they ended up without a corpse left. In other words, he was about to die without a corpse. Under the constant absorption of the black dragon's devouring power, even the tough dragon bones could not withstand it. They gradually turned into pure energy and were devoured by the black dragon's body. The changes brought about by the devouring of the dragon bones were different from before. Devouring flesh, blood, and life essence had caused the black dragon's divine dragon body to grow stronger and recover its strength. But devouring the dragon bones had caused the black dragon's internal strength to undergo a gradual transformation. The difference between a mortal dragon and a true dragon, or a sky dragon, was not only in size, but more importantly, in terms of strength. If Kang Xinmu had fought one of the true dragons, then even with the devouring power, Kang Xinmu would not have been his opponent. Besides the difference in strength after transforming into a dragon, there was also a huge difference in strength. Perhaps, even if it was just an inheritor of the true dragon blood essence of the first layer of the dragon ascension realm, bombarding Jiang Xinwu's black dragon with the power of thunder or ice, it could easily and thoroughly kill him, not even giving him a chance to devour. Now, Kang Xinmu discovered that as he gradually devoured the blue ice dragon's bones, the strength in his body was gradually changing. It was constantly increasing, even towards the level of a true dragon. This black dragon was too strange. Kang Xinmu could not figure out how such a heaven-defying divine dragon's blood essence could exist in this world. I've never heard of an 80-foot mortal dragon. To think that it's so extraordinary. I wonder if I've really picked up a treasure, or if I've encountered a disaster. Fortune and disaster always came hand in hand. Kang Xinmu did not go wild with joy because of this. Although he had just escaped with his life, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. If he did not handle it well, he would become the enemy of the entire Jiang tribe. The dragon bones, the evidence, had to be thoroughly disposed of. Devouring was the best method. Not to mention, devouring the dragon bone essence could also increase the level of Kang Xinmu's strength, allowing him to advance towards the level of a true dragon. Of course, this process was very slow. Even after he devoured the entire blue ice dragon's bones, his level of strength had only increased by a little. He was still thousands of miles away from the level of a true dragon. As long as I can improve, there's hope. But in the future, I can't always find divine dragons to kill and devour, right? I wonder if devouring other monstrous beasts will have the same effect. Kang Xinmu still had a headache over this. If he could only devour divine dragons, it would be too difficult. According to his current progress, to raise his strength to the level of a true dragon, he would need to devour at least 100 divine dragons like Jiang Xinyu. Where would he find so many divine dragons? Even if he could find them, Kang Xinmu could not wantonly slaughter divine dragons. After all, there was still kindness in his heart. He could not find trouble with someone he had no grudge against. Sigh, I'll think about it when the time comes. I'll first devour Jiang Luo's dragon bones. After Kang Xinmu finished devouring Jiang Xinyu's blue ice dragon bones, he turned back to find the dragon bones left behind by the Dragon of Thunder. The ghastly white bones looked extremely terrifying in the dark night. The black dragon's claws were covered with devouring power. They descended from the sky and grabbed the dragon bones that were 120 feet long. The devouring operation began once again. In the night, without a sound, the dragon bones were completely devoured. They turned into power essence and merged into the black dragon's body. The sky gradually brightened. Although it was difficult, Jiang Xinwu still managed to devour the dragon bones of the two divine dragons in the end. In just one night's time, his improvement could be easily seen. The black dragon's body finally reached 100 feet long. This was the result of devouring the blue ice dragon's flesh and life essence. After devouring the dragon bones, the black dragon transformed the dragon bones' power essence into its own power. This strengthened its devouring power, allowing its power to advance towards the level of a true dragon. It's a pity that in order for the black dragon to become a true dragon, I have to devour at least 50 divine dragons like this. It's too difficult. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. He finally stopped his dragonification. The signs of battle were very obvious. At least the dense forest that had been destroyed by the lightning could not be restored. Kang Xinmu pondered for a while and decided to leave as soon as possible. Fortunately, Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo had been completely devoured by him. Even if others found the signs of battle, they would not know what had happened. No one would suspect Kang Xinmu. This was because Kang Xinmu had inherited the blood essence of an 80-foot ordinary dragon. He was weaker than any other dragon martial artist. In the eyes of others, it was impossible for Kang Xinmu to kill Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo. It was possible for anyone but Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu did not intend to tell anyone about this secret, not even his own mother. Most importantly, the devouring power of the black dragon's blood essence was too strange. If he told his mother, Gu Yuero, she would definitely be very worried about Kang Xinmu. Moreover, Kang Xinmu had seen his father, Jiang Zizai, being devoured by the black dragon. This was even more reason not to tell his mother. After taking a detour through the dense forest, Kang Xinmu quickly left the scene. Last night's battle did not leave any traces or aura behind. All that was left was a messy forest wreckage. Due to the long journey, Kang Xinmu moved quickly through the forest. He did not head in the direction of the Grand Prince's palace, but headed further into the forest. 3 days after the Flame Dragon sacrificial ceremony, the the juniors of our clan who have just become dragons will go out to hunt demons. I still have 2 days left. I just need to return before the competition begins. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. The demon-slaying competition could only be participated by those from the Jiang tribe who had just stepped into the first tier of the Dragon Ascension realm. In the competition, the Jiang clan was divided into 5 divisions: North, South, East, West, and Grand Prince's Palace. They were all in a competitive relationship. Simply put, the ranking of the demon-slaying competition would determine the allocation of cultivation resources for a long period of time. Most importantly, it was the right to practice the dragon martial skill. Although they were all dragon martial skills, there were differences in strength. In the past, the Grand Prince's Palace would usually come out on top, so the younger generation of the Grand Prince's Palace would have more and better dragon martial skills to choose from. But this time, the situation would be different. That was because Jiang Liuxue, the daughter of the North Mansion Lord, had inherited the essence blood of the Heaven Dragon and the profound Sky Jade Flame Dragon during the Flame Dragon sacrifice. Her strength was definitely the strongest among all the people who had undergone dragonization this time. By participating in the demon beheading competition, the Northern Mansion would be ranked according to the 5 manners. That way, the Northern Mansion would gain a great advantage. It was to the point that the entire Jiang clan was filled with rumors that after the demon beheading competition, the Northern Mansion would slowly surpass the Grand Prince Mansion. For Kang Xinmu, this demon-slaying competition was extremely important. After all, it concerned his future cultivation resources, as well as the level of the dragon martial skill he could practice. And Jiang Liuxue, who had inherited the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon's blood essence, was like a mountain in front of Kang Xinmu. Although the demon-slaying competition was not a battle, the stronger one was, the greater the advantage, and not just a little. So, even if there were only 2 days left, Kang Xinmu did not want to waste it. He could use the time to slay demons alone, and familiarize himself with battling demonic beasts after transforming into a dragon. I've heard some seniors say that after transforming into a dragon, it won't be easy to hunt demonic beasts. That's because demonic beasts will run, and when they sense a divine dragon's aura from afar, they will scatter. So, even if there were only 2 days left, Kang Xinmu did not want to waste it. He could use the time to slay demons alone, and familiarize himself with battling demonic beasts after transforming into a dragon. So, he could not use his dragon transformation to slay demons. He could only use his human form to find a target, and then find an opportunity to kill it. This still required a certain level of skill. Strength did not necessarily mean that one could kill more demonic beasts. Kang Xinmu now wanted to familiarize himself with how to use his dragon transformation to quickly find and kill demonic beasts. Before transforming into a dragon, Kang Xinmu was already quite familiar with slaying demons. But after transforming into a dragon, the demonic beasts he faced were of a different level. They were stronger demonic beasts, so he had to cooperate with his dragon transformation to take them down. Now that I've familiarized myself with it, even if I have to kill one more demonic beast, it'll be good. With such thoughts in mind, Kang Xinmu gradually moved further and further away from the Grand Prince's palace. The location of the demon-slaying competition was different every time. It had not been confirmed yet, so he could only wait and see. So, no one could go to the demon-slaying competition's location in advance. The only thing Kang Xinmu could do was to familiarize himself with it as soon as possible, and master the tricks to hunting demonic beasts after transforming into a dragon. Chapter 3786. This towering rainforest was named the Driving Heavens Forest. In its deepest depths was the Driving Heavens Beast King, a powerful Fey beast that surpassed the Earth Fey level. Under the protection of the Driving Heavens Beast King, the Fey beasts in the Driving Heavens Forest were stronger. However, if they were only hunting ordinary Earth Fey in the outermost area, the Driving Heavens Beast King would not interfere. When they reached the outskirts of the driving heavens forest, Jiang Rong and the other Jiang clan members stopped. Next, you will each head into the driving heavens forest to hunt Earth Fae. There's no need to explain the rules of the demon-slaying training. The number of points awarded depends on the level of Earth Fae you kill. Finally, the 5 prefectures will be ranked according to your scores. As Jiang Rong spoke, he looked over at Jiang Yuaning and Kong Xinmu. No matter what, Jiang Rong was a director of the Grand Prince Palace. He did not want to see the Grand Prince Palace be surpassed by the other 4 palaces. However, this demon-slaying training would be very difficult. No matter how one looked at it, they knew that Jiang Liuxue, who represented the Jiang clan's northern prefecture, was the strongest. The demon-slaying training's points would most likely be the northern prefectures. There are 2 things that must be emphasized. Jiang Rong looked around and continued, first, do not go 100 miles into the driving heavens forest, or you will attract the attention of the driving heavens beast king. It will be extremely dangerous. Second, the Jiang clan members must not kill each other. Those who violate the rules will be punished according to the Jiang clan's commandments. These 2 points were ironclad rules that everyone had to abide by. No one could violate them, or else the Jiang clan's commandments were not to be trifled with. After emphasizing these points, the demon-slaying training officially began. After Jiang Rong gave the order, the youths who were participating in this demon-slaying trial rushed into the Heaven Drive forest one after another. Each of them formed a small team of 4 or 5 people. There were also powerhouses who had obtained the true dragon's inheritance who advanced alone. There were more than 100 people, and they quickly disappeared into the dense, towering rainforest. The 20 people from the Grand Prince's mansion also split up into 5 groups. Other than Jiang Yuaning and Jiang Shenwu, the remaining 18 people were split into 4 groups and each of them ran into the heavenward thicket. Jiang Yuaning and Kong Xinmu weren't in a hurry. They followed behind the others leisurely and saw where the other teams were heading. Of course, this was only the initial direction. It was very likely that they would have to change directions later on. That would have to wait for the future. You will follow me. If we encounter any Earthyao, don't attack first. Just let me attack first. You will be responsible for patrolling the surroundings while I am fighting, to prevent any sneak attacks from other Earthyao. Jiang Yuaning said to Jiang Shenwu as she moved forward. In this dense forest, she deliberately lowered her voice, but it was still ethereal and pleasant, melodious and mellow. Yes. Kong Xinmu nodded. He was sure that his current combat strength was inferior to Jiang Yuaning's. It would be good for him to assist her from the side since she was the main force. At the same time, he had a higher opinion of Jiang Yuaning. At least she knew that she might be ambushed and wasn't arrogant just because she had just transformed into a dragon. In fact, the Jiang tribal clan's upper echelons had another purpose for this demon-slaying experience. It was to dampen the spirit of the newly transformed dragon warriors. Generally speaking, a dragon martial artist who had just transformed into a dragon would have a sense of arrogance in their heart. This arrogance would become their fatal weakness at some point in time. After the demon-slaying experience, the vast majority of the dragon warriors would retract their arrogance, because they would know that the dragon warriors were not invincible in this world, let alone the younger generation of the dragon warriors who had just transformed into dragons. With Jiang Yuaning in front and Kong Xinmu behind, they moved deeper into the exorcist forest. Soon, Kong Xinmu sensed the aura of Earthyao. This exorcist forest was the territory of many Earthyao. Even the small demon beasts in the periphery would have at least 2 or 3 Earthyao. It wasn't easy to find a suitable target. Fortunately, ordinary Earthyao were no match for dragon warriors of the same level. Furthermore, the Jiang tribal clan had experts patrolling nearby. Even if they encountered danger, their lives wouldn't be in danger. All they had to do was ask for help. Before they set off, everyone who participated in the demon-slaying experience was given a flame explosion scroll by the Jiang tribal clan. This was a scroll that could quickly transmit information. By crushing it, one's location could be transmitted to the Jiang tribal clan's elders. In times of danger, one could crush the flame explosion scroll in their hands. The Jiang tribal clan's experts would quickly arrive at the scene. Of course, unless it was a life-and-death situation, no one would be willing to crush the flame explosion scroll to ask for help. This meant that the person would be removed from the demon-slaying experience and lose their qualifications. The Earthyao killed would be reduced to 0, which could lead to the failure of the clan. Kang Xinmu followed behind Jiang Yuaning and gradually entered the depths of the exorcist forest. The surroundings were already filled with the aura of demon beasts. Kang Xinmu was extremely sensitive to this and could even smell the possible types of demon beasts in the surroundings. Jiang Yuaning, let's move a little to the left. Soon, Kang Xinmu said to the slim figure in front of him. Hearing this, Jiang Yuaning asked curiously, why? If we keep moving forward, we will encounter two Earthyao at the same time. Moreover, they are tiger-type Earthyao and are extremely aggressive. Kang Xinmu said in a low voice. He had smelled the aura of tiger-type demon beasts before, so he was most familiar with them. Now, he was certain that there were two tiger-type Earthyao in front of them. If they were to pounce together, it would be very troublesome. Of course, Kang Xinmu wasn't worried that he and Jiang Yuaning together would not be a match for the two tiger-type Earthyao. It was just that this place was complicated and he didn't want to be in a stalemate with them. If he couldn't quickly finish off his opponent, it was very likely that he would be held up by them. In the end, he would be besieged by the earth pangolin and silver-feathered bird. Yes. Jiang Yuaning was a little surprised that Kang Xinmu could actually sense the aura of the Earthyao. Fortunately, she still believed in Kang Xinmu and turned to the left, deviating from their original direction. In the Drive Heaven forest, every tree was so tall that it was almost impossible to see the top. These trees were extremely sturdy. Even if demonic beasts of the Earthyao level fought, these trees would rarely be destroyed. The entire Drive Heaven forest was a dense forest world. After Jiang Yuaning changed her direction, she didn't encounter any problems. Some ordinary demonic beasts had already sensed the approach of the dragon martial artist and had long fled far away. Even before they entered the Drive Heaven forest, many demonic beasts had already received the news and rushed to spread the news, retreating into the depths of the Drive Heaven forest. This also led to almost no one being able to find any demonic beasts in the beginning. However, when the group of people went 10 miles deep into the Drive Heaven forest, the situation began to become complicated. Jiang Yuaning and Kang Xinmu's side occasionally encountered demonic beasts on the ground and in the air. They continued to move forward, alarming many ordinary demonic beasts that were resting. However, the two of them had no interest in ordinary demonic beasts, because killing these demonic beasts wouldn't add points to the demon-slaying experience points. Only killing Earthyao would do. Jiang Yuaning, follow me. After about 15 miles, Kang Xinmu suddenly felt an unusual aura. He called out to Jiang Yuaning softly and then directly rushed to the side. Jiang Yuaning didn't expect that Kang Xinmu would leave just like that. She was secretly a little annoyed, but she couldn't watch Kang Xinmu take the risk alone. Maybe Kang Xinmu had discovered something, so she hurriedly followed. When she caught up with Kang Xinmu, she found that Kang Xinmu had indeed found an Earthyao. This Earthyao was a purple scorpion that wasn't considered big. It was hidden in the dense forest. If it wasn't for Kang Xinmu's keen sense of smell, he wouldn't have been able to find this purple scorpion. However, since he had found an Earthyao alone, Kang Xinmu certainly wouldn't miss it. The hunt had begun. Be careful of the scorpion's stinger. It's very poisonous. Kang Xinmu said to Jiang Yuaning. Then, he flashed to the other side and blocked the other exit of the dense forest. At the same time, he surrounded the purple scorpion with Jiang Yuaning. It's actually a third-layer Earth Yao. Kang Xinmu, be careful. Let me deal with it. Jiang Yuaning said cautiously. This was also the first time she had encountered an Earth Yao. Moreover, it was a third-layer Earth Yao. The opponent's strength was extremely strong. She had to focus all her attention on the enemy. As for the surrounding security, she would leave it to Kang Xinmu. The fact that Kang Xinmu could find this purple scorpion Earth Yao through his keen sense of smell meant that Kang Xinmu could take on the role of security in this Tianchu forest. Jiang Yuaning was even more at ease with him. The purple scorpion was originally hiding in the dense forest to rest, but it didn't expect someone to disturb it. It immediately became very angry. The purple scorpion was naturally a little afraid of the dragon warrior. However, it saw that it was just a little guy who had just transformed into a dragon. Why would it be afraid? Just as Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning surrounded the purple scorpion Earth Yao, the purple scorpion began to move. It was as swift as the wind. It swiftly passed through the dense forest and attacked Jiang Yuaning like a purple stream of light. Charm of wind, break. Facing the attack of the purple scorpion Earth Yao, Jiang Yuaning was not flustered. Her graceful figure danced and brought up a gust of wind. She aimed at the purple stream of light and blasted it out. The gust of wind and the stream of light collided and exploded. The purple scorpion's figure was immediately sent flying. After all, this scorpion was too small. Its most powerful ability was probably its poison. Fighting against such an Earth Yao required agility. Otherwise, if one was accidentally pricked by the scorpion, their life would be in danger. However, in terms of agility, Jiang Yuaning did not need others to worry about her. Her graceful figure danced like the wind as she traveled through the dense forest, continuously using the charm of wind martial skill to fight against the purple earth demon. Even though she had not transformed into a dragon, she was not at a disadvantage at all. Heaven Swallowing Chronicles will be released tomorrow. 10 chapters will be released. It will be updated in May with more than 400,000 words. Please look forward to it. Heaven Swallowing Chronicles is now available on all major platforms, such as mobile and reading. Please support this new book. Chapter 3787. Kang Xinmu did not go far, but was constantly vigilant to the left and right, in case of any sudden danger. In the field, the battle between Jiang Yuaning and the purple scorpion earth demon was in full swing. Both sides were extremely agile, constantly traversing through the sky-dry forest, their figures as fast as lightning. It seemed that the outcome of the battle would not be decided in a short period of time. Jiang Xinmu couldn't help even if he wanted to, because once he was stabbed by the purple scorpion earth demon and was poisoned, it was very likely that he would die. Even if he transformed into a dragon, it would be useless. Even though his agility was comparable to Jiang Yuaning's, after she stepped into the first layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, her movements seemed to be more agile, which was something Kang Xinmu could not match. Suddenly, Kang Xinmu felt a dangerous aura in the dense forest around him, which made him suddenly alert, but he did not see any movement in the surrounding dense forest. This made him more cautious, slightly frowning. The next moment, as if he had sensed something, he suddenly transformed into a black dragon. The imposing manner of the dragon warrior burst out, and at this time, 2 blue scorpion earth demons flew out from the ground, broke through the ground, and launched a sneak attack on Jiang Yuaning from the left and right. These 2 blue scorpion earth demons were both at the second layer of the earth demon realm, a little weaker than the purple scorpion earth demon, but their combined combat strength was absolutely not to be underestimated, not to mention the poison they carried was definitely enough to make Jiang Yuaning lose most of her combat strength. Such a scene made Jiang Yuaning a little flustered. After all, she did not have much experience in fighting against earth demons. However, Kang Shinmu unexpectedly transformed into a dragon before the two blue scorpion earth demons appeared. This alertness immediately amazed Jiang Yuaning, and made her evaluation of Kang Shinmu rise to another level. No matter what level of divine dragon inheritance essence Kang Shinmu inherited, at least his combat talent was very terrifying, much stronger than ordinary people. Two blue scorpion earth demons charged toward Jiang Yuaning at high speed. However, the black dragon that Kang Shinmu had transformed into was slightly faster than the scorpions. After all, he had already sensed the scorpions' movements in advance. Thus, after transforming into a dragon, his dragon tail swept out instantly, sending one of the scorpions flying. As for the other, the black dragon condensed a pitch-black devouring force on its claws and directly clawed at the hard shell of the scorpion. The devouring power immediately wrapped around the scorpion. Furthermore, the dragon's claws grabbed at a very tricky position, preventing the blue scorpion from using the stinger on its tail to attack the black dragon. The black dragon pounced fiercely, causing a huge commotion in the dense forest. The aura of the divine dragon spread even more. The captured blue scorpion instinctively tried to attack the black dragon with its stinger, but it found that it couldn't reach the black dragon's body. It immediately began to struggle. Although the black dragon was only 30 meters long, it was still much larger than this scorpion earth demon. In terms of strength, it was definitely many times stronger than the scorpion earth demon. The most powerful part of scorpion demonic beasts was the venom in their bodies. The simplest way to attack was, of course, to stab the enemy's body with a highly toxic stinger, causing the enemy to be poisoned and lose the ability to fight. Even weaker opponents would be easily poisoned to death. However, this didn't mean that this was their only means of attack. When the earth scorpion discovered that it was being held down by the black dragon's claw, its entire body immediately emitted a multicolored glow that covered its hard carapace. Multicolored scorpion. Kang Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning could tell at a glance that this scorpion was a multicolored scorpion, a highly toxic demonic beast. The amount of venom in its body was definitely enough to kill a dragon martial artist who was one level higher than it. Even if it was a multicolored scorpion of Earth Demon level 1, if it injected all its venom into the body of a dragon martial artist who was at the third level of the Dragon Ascension realm, the dragon martial artist would definitely die. Once the multicolored scorpion adopted a defensive posture, its whole body would be covered with a layer of multicolored venom. Anyone who touched it would be poisoned. Obviously, it was too late for Kang Shinmu to let go of the other party. The multicolored venom quickly spread to the black dragon's claws and spread deep into the black dragon's body, eroding inside. The invasion of the venom was a matter of a moment. Kang Shinmu couldn't react at all, and the poison invaded the black dragon's body. However, he didn't panic. Although the situation was critical, since he was already poisoned, he couldn't retreat. Once he retreated, Jiang Yuaning would definitely not be the opponent of the three multicolored scorpions alone. He didn't want to crush the burning explosion scroll here. According to his previous experience, Kang Shinmu had a guess in his heart, and now was the right time to implement it. When he devoured the Dragon of Thunder's life essence, he felt that the black dragon's resistance to the power of thunder had increased to a very strong level in a short period of time. It was the same when he devoured the blue ice dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into. During that period of time, the black dragon's resistance to the power of ice had increased a lot. So now, he wanted to try and see if he could increase the black dragon's resistance to venom in a short period of time by devouring the flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion. If he succeeded, then he could really hold back the two multicolored scorpions of the second level Earth Demon level, at least for a long time. Even if he failed, he could crush the burning explosion scroll directly. There was no need to worry about his life. There were many powerful antidotes in the Jiang tribe. As long as he was treated in time, his life wouldn't be in danger. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, Kang Shinmu would never crush the burning explosion scroll in his hand. At this moment, the devouring power was endless. It absorbed the flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion, continuously devouring it into his body. At the same time, the violent venom that had invaded his body did not take effect immediately. Instead, as Kang Xinmu devoured, the venom that had invaded his body seemed to be cleared. Without a doubt, this was the power of the devouring power. In a one-on-one battle, it could devour the opponent's flesh and life essence, and then increase the opponent's resistance to the power, achieving a miraculous effect. Kang Xinmu's devouring speed was not fast enough, so he could not increase his venom resistance to a certain level. As the venom invaded the black dragon's body, he felt his entire body show signs of numbness. Although he did not immediately lose the ability to fight, the numbness was becoming more and more serious. This was under the situation where the devouring power had increased his venom resistance. If not for the devouring power, he might not have been able to hold on. Immediately after, an even more pressing situation befell him. The multicolored scorpion demon that had been swept away by his tail finally turned around and flew directly to the back of the black dragon's body. The multicolored scorpion had a deep grudge against the black dragon, perhaps because it was angry that it had been swept away by the black dragon. It did not continue to sneak attack Jiang Yuaning, but instead targeted Kang Xinmu. It wanted to join forces with its companions to kill the black dragon first. This multicolored scorpion unleashed its ferocious nature. Even when facing the black dragon warrior, it did not have the slightest fear. It jumped up and raised its stinger, stabbing into the flesh on the back of the black dragon's body. An even stronger venom instantly invaded the center of the black dragon's body and spread throughout the black dragon's body. Fortunately, the multicolored scorpion's toxins were all of the same nature. Jiang Xinwu's devouring power had increased his resistance to the toxins of the multicolored scorpions. His resistance to the toxins of the multicolored scorpions had increased significantly, so he did not collapse from the toxins. Even so, when the venom of the two multicolored scorpions entered the black dragon's body, Kang Xinmu's consciousness became a little fuzzy. The entire black dragon's body became somewhat colorful, and it was obvious that he had been severely poisoned. However, the black dragon's stiff body did not let go of the multicolored scorpion in its claws. As the devouring power surged, the multicolored scorpion's flesh and life essence were constantly being absorbed and devoured, and it became weaker and weaker. The fierce hand-to-hand combat and tug-of-war made Jiang Yuaning, who was watching from the side, shudder with fear. She almost wanted to crush the flame explosion scroll in her arms. No matter what, she had to ensure Jiang Xinwu's life. However, when she took a closer look, she discovered that the colorful signs of poisoning on the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into seemed to have faded after a certain point in time. This situation surprised her. Although she didn't know what was going on, it seemed that Kang Xinmu was able to resist this kind of poison. Kang Xinmu is still conscious. If he really can't handle it, he'll surely crush the burning explosion scroll. I can't act recklessly, Jiang Yuaning thought. She focused on dealing with the Earth Demon Tier 3 5-colored scorpion. Since Kang Xinmu was still in danger, she knew that she had to end the battle quickly. Moonlight power, break. On Jiang Yuaning's leisurely posture, a gorgeous moonlight color instantly condensed and shrouded her. It condensed into rays of moonlight sword energy that spread out from her jade-like fingers and swept toward the colorful scorpion sky-breaking attack. The power of moonlight was the talent that Jiang Yuaning had obtained from the divine dragon's blood essence. It was similar to the power of lightning and ice that Kang Xinmu had seen before, as well as the devouring power of Kang Xinmu's black dragon. Even if she didn't transform into a dragon, Jiang Yuaning could still use this innate ability. The moonlight sword chi swept over like a torrential downpour, and the five-colored scorpion could only resist it head-on. This was because it was impossible for it to dodge at this moment. The sword auras with the power of moonlight covered the entire place with a sharp aura that could overturn the world. Chapter 3788. Faced with Jiang Yuaning's moonlight force and sword chi's brilliance, the multicolored scorpion's body glowed with 5 colors and actually sprayed venom in all directions. At the same time, the multicolored scorpion's hard shell lit up and covered all the soft and fragile parts of its body to defend itself. The venom spurted out and swept toward where Jiang Yuaning was. The multicolored scorpion must have consumed a lot of its energy by spraying venom like that, so it would not use it unless it was a critical moment. The eruption of venom outside its body was a fatal move for the multicolored scorpion. Jiang Yuaning was constantly paying attention to the scorpion's movements. When the venom spurted out, she immediately reacted, but she still did not manage to dodge it completely. Her figure was like a light breeze as she quickly retreated. However, some of the 5-colored venom still stained the corner of her clothes and quickly corroded them. Her expression changed because the venom seemed to be very fierce. If she did not deal with it, it was likely to spread to her body, and it would be troublesome when that happened. At the thought of this, Jiang Yuaning pursed her lips and raised her hand gently. The moonlight force circulated between her hands and turned into 2 moonlight sword gleams, which sliced the corners of her clothes that were stained with the multicolored scorpion's poison. As she retreated rapidly, the torn pieces of her clothes fluttered like fallen leaves, revealing some fair skin on her slender waist. Fortunately, the multicolored scorpion finally stopped and did not corrode her body. On the other hand, the multicolored scorpion was enveloped by her moonlight force and sword chi that filled the sky, swooped down and instantly bombarded the multicolored scorpion's hard shell. There was a loud explosion. The attack that the multicolored scorpion endured was clearly beyond its defensive ability. The entire shell on its body was blasted with some sword chi marks, and some parts were even pierced through, causing a lot of venom to drip out. After this wave of attacks, the multicolored scorpion was severely injured even if it did not die. It was basically impossible for it to fight Jiang Yuaning again. Jiang Yuaning could not be bothered to check on the situation of the multicolored scorpion. She turned her head and frowned as she looked in the direction of Kang Xinmu. The 2 multicolored scorpions of the 2nd layer of the Earth Demon Realm were being held back by the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. Right now, the entire black dragon's body had become multicolored, extremely beautiful. However, this meant that Kang Xinmu had been poisoned. However, even so, Kang Xinmu still held the first multicolored scorpion tightly, and there was a strange pitch-black power surging on his dragon claws. Jiang Yuaning naturally didn't know that this was the devouring force, but she couldn't care less now. She just couldn't let Kang Xinmu be poisoned to death. With a move of her feet, her somewhat disheveled figure swept over like a gust of wind. The power of the moonlight condensed into an awe-inspiring palm wind, heavily striking the multicolored scorpion on the back of the black dragon. This palm wind imbued with the power of moonlight sent the multicolored scorpion flying into the nearby forest. The scorpion's stinger was finally pulled out of the black dragon's back, allowing Jiang Xinwu to relax quite a bit. He gradually controlled the speed at which the poison spread throughout his body. As his devouring force continued to devour the flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion, his black dragon body became more resistant to the poison of the multicolored scorpion. Moreover, when the multicolored scorpion behind him was sent flying by Jiang Yuaning, Kang Xinmu could already feel that the poison in his body was gradually being expelled. The flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion had a certain natural resistance to poison. After absorbing it, Kang Xinmu's resistance to poison was greatly enhanced for a short period of time. In addition, the body of all divine dragons had some immunity to all kinds of powers. After the enhancement, the poison in Kang Xinmu's body was gradually expelled. "Kang Xinmu, how are you?" Jiang Yuaning asked softly. "Don't worry. I'm alright," Kang Xinmu answered with difficulty. Then, his entire black dragon body suddenly flipped, and a pitch-black devouring force surged on his dragon fangs. He immediately bit the multicolored scorpion. The black dragon body was 100 feet long, much larger than the multicolored scorpion. At this moment, the dragon's fangs pierced through the hard shell of the scorpion. In addition, Kang Xinmu was now basically immune to the scorpion's poison. Finally, the scorpion was seriously injured. The dragon's claws moved at the same time and slapped the multicolored scorpion's broken shell. Once, twice. After 3 slaps, the multicolored scorpion was already a pile of meat paste. Even though it was a powerful existence in the second layer of the Earth Demon realm, the flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion were almost completely absorbed by Kang Xinmu. Now that Kang Xinmu was no longer afraid of the scorpion's poison, he could easily slap the scorpion to death. This situation surprised Jiang Yuaning. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She did not expect Kang Xinmu to suddenly become so ferocious. Originally, she thought that under the pincer attack of the 2 multicolored scorpion, Kang Xinmu would not even have the strength to fly after being poisoned. Now, it seemed that the poison did not have any effect on him. The multicolored scorpion's poison in the black dragon body gradually faded. After devouring enough poison resistance, Kang Xinmu's injuries were also recovering rapidly. After all, it was an existence in the second layer of the Earth Demon realm. Apart from being poisoned, its life force was also extremely tenacious. After being devoured by Kang Xinmu, the black dragon body's recovery speed became extremely fast. From being completely crushed in the beginning, Kang Xinmu completed a shocking reversal. Not only did he crush one of the multicolored scorpion, but he also basically recovered to his peak state. This was the domineering power of devouring. It was unreasonable. At this moment, Jiang Yuaning also seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. The reflection of the black dragon's body appeared in her beautiful eyes. It seemed that this black dragon's body had reached a length of 30 meters. Wasn't Kang Xinmu only able to transform into an ordinary dragon when he first obtained the inheritance blood essence? Because of this, Kang Xinmu was ridiculed by others. But now, how could this black dragon's body reach 30 meters? The growth of a divine dragon's body was not something that had never happened before, but to say that it had only happened in 3 days, it was too unbelievable. Jiang Yuaning buried this question in her heart and turned to defend. The purple scorpion in the 3rd layer of the Earth Demon realm had not been completely killed by her. It was almost recovering. Although it had suffered serious injuries from the moonlight sword chi rain, the multicolored scorpion did not die. Its body had turned from purple to multicolored. The poison was spreading on the surface of its body. The nearby flowers and plants rapidly withered in a short period of time. It was obvious how vicious the poison was. Jiang Yuaning's expression was extremely solemn. If she had been poisoned, she could only crush the explosive flame scroll and rely on the Jiang clan's antidote to survive. So no matter what, she could not be poisoned. Although she did not know how Kang Xinmu had resisted the poison, it was Kang Xinmu's secret. She could not ask. If she could, she believed that Kang Xinmu would have told her long ago. She was constantly on guard against the multicolored scorpion's comeback, but it did not seem to have any intention of continuing the fight. After moving twice with great difficulty, the 5 colors on the Earth Demon 3rd layer 5-colored scorpion's body gradually faded, gradually returning to a deep purple color. Then, it actually quickly retreated backwards. This guy had escaped. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts after all. They treasured their own lives. Seeing that they could not win, it was normal for them to escape. Seeing this situation, Jiang Yuaning was tempted to give chase. After all, defeating a 3rd-layer Earth Demon would give her a lot of demon-slaying experience points. However, when she glanced at the black dragon that Jiang Xinwu had transformed into, she suppressed the thought of chasing after the 5-colored bright-colored scorpion. Instead, she turned around and walked towards Jiang Xinwu. The second-layer Earth Demon multicolored scorpion did not appear again after being blown away by Jiang Yuaning's moonlight power. It was unknown if it had escaped or was waiting in the dark. Regardless, Jiang Yuaning maintained her vigilance and approached Kang Xinmu. "How are you?" she asked with concern. "I'm fine. I won't die. I just need to force the poison out of my body. I need you to protect me for a while." As Kang Xinmu spoke, he retracted his black dragon form and returned to his human form. At this moment, his body was still flowing with the multicolored scorpion's poison. It was only because his body's resistance to poison had increased that he was temporarily fine. He also knew that the various elemental resistances obtained from the devouring power would only have an effect for a short period of time. It would probably disappear after a while. At that time, even if there were still toxins remaining in his body, he would still die. Therefore, the poison in his body had to be forced out of his body. "Okay, call me immediately if you need help." Jiang Yuaning did not dare to be careless. After giving some instructions to Kang Xinmu, she retreated to a nearby place and began to patrol the dense forest. Kang Xinmu had bought her some time. Now, she had to ensure Kang Xinmu's safety and not let anything threaten Kang Xinmu. Her slender waist revealed some white skin, which was a little indecent. She casually broke 2 leaves the size of a cattail leaf fan and tied a tough rattan around her waist to temporarily cover it. This way, it would be more convenient for her to move around. She patrolled the area and found that the multicolored scorpion had indeed escaped. However, she was not completely relieved. After all, the multicolored scorpion could drill into the ground. If it wanted to launch a sneak attack, she had to react immediately. Otherwise, she might be hit. In the meantime, she dealt with the corpse of the multicolored scorpion that had been smashed by Kang Xinmu's dragon claw and took out the Earth Demon's demon core. This was a level 2 Earth Demon. This demon core could increase the demon-slaying experience points of the Grand Prince's mansion by 2 points. It was the first reward for Jiang Yuaning and Kang Xinmu's team. The new book, Heaven Devouring Chronicles, had been released. Many places could be read. There were more than 1 million words. It was recommended that everyone read it. Chapter 3789. How are the others doing? After the situation stabilized, Jiang Yuaning began to think about the next battle strategy. As for Kang Xinmu, he could only stay where he was and force all the poison out of his body. A dragon martial artist who had reached the ascending dragon realm could freely control the divine dragon blood in his body and slowly expel the poison from his body. However, this process required some time. Coincidentally, what Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning needed the most now was time to save time. The demon-slaying experience would last for 3 days. After 3 days, it would be time to summarize the results of the 5 prefectures. Therefore, they had to kill earth demons as quickly as possible during this period. At this moment, Jiang Xinwu was extremely anxious in his heart. However, being anxious was useless. He knew in his heart that if he did not expel the poison from his body, it would take effect in less than 24 hours. By then, he would not be able to rely on devouring the flesh and life essence of the 5-colored scorpions to strengthen his resistance against the poison. I'll probably need another hour to expel all the poison from my body. Kang Xinmu estimated and said to Jiang Yuaning. Jiang Yuaning nodded. Just focus on expelling the poison. I'll be on guard. The situation just now was extremely dangerous. If not for Kang Xinmu blocking the 2 5-colored scorpions for her, she would probably be dead by now. The poison from the 3 5-colored scorpions was too strong. She might not even have the chance to crush the explosive coil before she was paralyzed by the poison. In that case, it would be a dead end for her. Although it was not clear, Kang Xinmu had definitely helped Jiang Yuaning a lot. Moreover, he had obtained a demon core of a second heaven-earth demon. It was not a bad result. After all, this was just the beginning of the demon-slaying experience. As time passed, the poison in Kang Xinmu's body was expelled, and the remaining poison in his body was decreasing. Under Jiang Yuaning's protection, there were no accidents. The two multicolored scorpions that had escaped previously did not appear in front of them again. Demonic beasts were also intelligent. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Since they couldn't win, they would run. They wouldn't treat their lives as a joke. A battle had occurred here, and even the five-colored bright scorpion had been chased away. In that case, there definitely wouldn't be any other demonic beasts nearby. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Therefore, Jiang Yuaning was a little bored waiting, but she didn't dare to be careless. In the Heaven Drive forest, there was danger everywhere and at any time, so she couldn't afford to be careless. Fortunately, Kang Xinmu's efficiency in expelling the poison was not slow. After an hour, there was not much poison left in his body. To be on the safe side, Kang Xinmu did not immediately stop expelling the poison. Instead, he continued to circulate the black dragon's inherited blood essence in his body, continuing to purify his bloodline. The dragon martial artist's recovery ability was extremely strong because of the divine dragon blood essence. The power in the body that did not belong to them could be expelled with the divine dragon blood essence, and they also had a good physical body reconstruction ability. Even though he had just received the inheritance of the divine dragon's blood essence and had just gained the ability to transform into a dragon, the powerful recovery ability of a dragon martial artist was already ingrained in his bones. Alright. Soon, Kang Xinmu confirmed that there was no poison left in his body, and finally stood up. He looked around and found that the poison that had been forced out of his body had killed all the flowers and plants in the nearby dense forest. The area where he sat quietly to expel the poison was surrounded by a deathly gray color. The multicolored scorpion's poison was definitely not to be underestimated. This battle could be said to be extremely thrilling, and Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning almost fell into a dangerous situation. Fortunately, in the end, the two of them managed to pull through. Then let's continue forward. Jiang Yuaning finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him stand up. Fortunately, Kang Xinmu was fine. Otherwise, the situation would not be good. From the battle just now, it could be seen that if she, Jiang Yuaning, hadn't brought Kang Xinmu with her, something might have really happened. Even if she had obtained the true dragon's inherited blood essence, she couldn't be careless in the Heaven Drive forest. If it was a head-on battle, Jiang Yuaning wouldn't be afraid of the second or third layer earth demon, but the multicolored scorpion was too insidious. If she wasn't careful, it would be fatal. The two of them got up, prepared a little, and continued forward. Jiang Yuaning's clothes had been damaged by the multicolored scorpion's poison. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and cut off the corner of her clothes, but it still made her look a little miserable. The two of them didn't have the time to care about this. Time was tight, and they had to quickly obtain more Earth Demon cores. Heaven Drive Forest was densely packed with Earth Demons, but as the Jiang clan's dragon warriors continued to push forward, the Earth Demons on the periphery all fled deeper into the Heaven Drive Forest. If they weren't fast enough, they wouldn't even be able to see a single Earth Demon. Soon, the two of them had advanced a few miles. They could feel the sounds of fighting coming from ahead, mixed with some shouts. It seemed like the battle was quite intense. Let's go take a look. Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning looked at each other and nodded. They then quietly moved forward. In this situation, they didn't know who was fighting, so it was necessary to be cautious. When the time came, their actions would depend on the situation. The two of them followed the sounds and moved forward. Before they got close, they hid in the dense forest trees. Gradually, they heard some information. It's people from the southern residence. There should only be 5 of them. They are all mortal dragon inheritors, and like us, they encountered the multicolored scorpion. Jiang Yuaning heard the sounds and explained to Kang Xinmu, "It seems that one of them has been poisoned and crushed the burning explosion scroll. It's a pity that the rescue team hasn't arrived yet. Can he still hold on?" Kang Xinmu's face sank. After all, they were all from the Jiang clan. Although they were in a competitive relationship, it wasn't Kang Xinmu's style to leave them in the lurch. If he could help, it would be best to do so. If we don't help, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on much longer. "Let's do it," Jiang Yuaning said softly, and then her figure moved. She came out from the shadows and floated towards the center of the field. Moonlight power was already circulating in her hands. Kang Xinmu did not follow. He only took a small step forward and observed from the side. He discovered that in the dense forest ahead, there were indeed 5 dragon warriors from the southern residents of the Jiang clan. They were in a stalemate with a multicolored scorpion. This multicolored scorpion was the one that had been seriously injured by Jiang Yuaning's moonlight sword energy. It was at the 3rd level of the Earth Demon Realm. At this moment, the originally purple scorpion Earth Demon Realm was covered in multicolored poison. Its stinger had pierced into the body of one of the dragon warriors, causing the dragon warrior's body to become multicolored. The poison had entered his body, and he had completely lost the ability to fight. The other 4 did not dare to make a move. They were afraid that if they approached the scorpion, they would be completely finished. On the ground, there were traces of a burning explosion scroll being crushed. It seemed that it had been crushed not long ago, and the rescue team would not be able to arrive so quickly. However, the aura of the dragon warrior that had been poisoned was extremely weak. Jiang Yuaning saw this situation and decided to make a move. Moonlight power condensed into sword energy and descended from the sky. The multicolored scorpion had been seriously injured by such a move. Now that it saw that Jiang Yuaning had caught up to it, it naturally wanted to escape. Without hesitation, it let go of the prey in its hand. The moonlight sword energy pierced through the air. It came too suddenly. The multicolored scorpion had only run a little before it was caught up by the sword energy that was like a gale and landed on its hard body. "Pull him away." As Jiang Yuaning attacked, she shouted to the others beside her. The other dragon warriors from the southern residents immediately reacted and pulled their paralyzed companions to the side as fast as they could. As expected, as soon as they pulled their companions away, the multicolored scorpion suffered another heavy blow and finally erupted. Multicolored venom sprayed in all directions. The poison had killed a large area of flowers and plants in the vicinity. Even some of the giant trees had been corroded by the poison and turned ash-gray. If they hadn't pulled their companion away, that guy would have been completely covered by the poison by now. That would have been the end of him. Following the outbreak of the multicolored scorpion, the entire forest was in a mess. The flowers and plants withered. However, the multicolored scorpion had suffered 2 serious injuries in a row and could not take it anymore. The monster core of this 3rd-layer earth demon was about to be in their hands. At this moment, the ground where the multicolored scorpion was suddenly loosened. Then, a blue scorpion suddenly broke out of the ground and grabbed the heavily injured multicolored scorpion. Then, it dragged it into the ground. Trying to run? Jiang Yuaning frowned. She immediately saw through the other party's intentions. Of course, she would not let them succeed. She circulated the power of the moonlight and once again turned into a palm wind. The palm wind tore through the air like the moonlight shining on the earth. It seemed gentle, but in fact, it contained brute force. In an instant, the 2 multicolored scorpions that had gathered together were sent flying. They lost their balance and crashed into a large rock. Jiang Yuaning's timely attack prevented the other party from escaping. Obviously, the multicolored scorpion that suddenly appeared was one of the ones that had teamed up against Kang Xinmu. It just so happened that the 2 that had escaped were now gathered here. Jiang Yuaning was a little out of breath after using all kinds of methods. However, she knew that now was not the time to relax. The power of the moonlight once again condensed into rays of sword light beside her, ready to be launched. Dragon warriors could be said to be quite aggrieved when fighting against the multicolored scorpion because they could not transform into a giant dragon to fight. Otherwise, they would not be flexible and their huge bodies would be easy for the opponent to take advantage of. Of course, this rule did not apply to divine dragons like Kong Shinmu who had the ability to devour. The power of the moonlight and the sword qi were overturned. Jiang Yuaning gathered the last of her strength and suddenly erupted. She finally enveloped the two multicolored scorpions and completely killed them. Chapter 3790. From the moment Jiang Yuaning's figure flashed and attacked, to the moment the two five-colored scorpions were killed, only a few blinks of an eye had passed. The other four southern residents, dragon warriors from the Jiang clan's southern residents, finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Jiang Yuaning kill the five-colored scorpion. Of course, they still did not dare to approach. In fact, even Jiang Yuaning did not dare to approach the corpse of the five-colored scorpion. Even though she had killed it with the power of moonlight and sword qi, the dense forest was still covered in the five-colored scorpion's venom. It was scattered all over the ground, causing countless plants to wither. The scene was a mess and extremely terrifying. This kind of demon beast is really difficult to deal with. This venom forced us to not even dare to transform into dragons. Its body is still small and hard to detect when it hides. It's really disgusting. One of the southern residents' dragon warriors said in a deep voice. They had crushed the scorpion explosion scroll, so the Jiang clan's reinforcements were definitely on the way. However, because the poison person had crushed the scorpion explosion scroll, he had definitely lost the right to participate in the demon-slaying training. Their five-man team had lost a member without any harvest. This was not a good sign. That's right. If we hadn't encountered such a venomous creature, but a demon beast like a lion, tiger or leopard, our five-man team would have had the ability to kill it. Another dragon martialist from the southern mansion said fiercely. Kong Shinmu saw everything clearly from the side, so he naturally did not believe it. Just now, one of them had been controlled by the five-colored scorpion and attacked with its venom, but the other four did not dare to move forward. It could be seen how strong they were. Even if they hadn't encountered the five-colored scorpion, but a demon beast like the lion, tiger or leopard, would they really be able to deal with it? Kong Shinmu had his doubts. Taking advantage of the fact that his body still had a strong resistance to venom, Kong Shinmu walked over after Jiang Yuaning killed the two five-colored scorpions. When he stepped onto the withered grass that was covered in poison, the expressions of the four dragon warriors of the southern mansion all changed. Of course, they recognized Kong Shinmu's identity. Wasn't he the publicly recognized genius of the Jiang clan, Kong Shinmu, who had only obtained the inheritance blood essence of an 80-foot ordinary dragon during the flame dragon ritual? Just now, Kong Shinmu had been hiding on guard, and the four of them had been paying attention to the battle between Jiang Yuaning and the multicolored scorpion, so they hadn't noticed Kong Shinmu. Only now did they know that Kong Shinmu was working together with Jiang Yuaning. Jiang Yuaning looked at Jiang Shinwu stepping on the withered grass, and seeing that he wasn't affected by the poison, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Jiang Shinwu would act recklessly. However, from the looks of it, Kong Shinmu seemed to have a strong resistance to poison. What was going on? Jiang Yuaning couldn't figure it out, but she didn't ask. There were some things that she and Kong Shinmu weren't close enough for her to pry into. Kong Shinmu stepped onto the withered grass that had been infected by the poison, then walked in front of the corpses of the two multicolored scorpions. Taking advantage of the fact that his body's resistance to poison hadn't weakened too much, he reached out his hand and extracted the monster cores from the bodies of the two multicolored scorpions. These two multicolored scorpions were killed by Jiang Yuaning, so it was only natural that Kang Shinmu would extract their monster cores as the result of the Grand Palace's demon-slaying hunt. However, upon seeing this scene, the expressions of the 4 dragon warriors from the southern mansion immediately changed. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stood up and shouted at Kang Shinmu, "These 2 monster cores belong to our southern mansion. Although the last attack was done by Jiang Yuaning, we were the ones who seriously injured the multicolored scorpion." His words were a little funny. Jiang Yuaning raised her eyebrows. "Are you sure that it was you who seriously injured the multicolored scorpion? I recognize this multicolored scorpion. It was the one that escaped after being seriously injured by me. I didn't expect that you guys couldn't even deal with a seriously injured earth demon. You've really lost face for the Jiang clan." In other words, she definitely wouldn't give up any of the monster cores. In other words, her appearance had even saved one of the 5 people from the southern mansion. Why should she give up the spoils to them? Kang Shinmu quickly returned with the 2 monster cores. He glanced at the 4 people from the southern mansion and didn't say anything. He only went to Jiang Yuaning's side and nodded at her. Jiang Yuaning understood what he meant and prepared to leave with him. The multicolored scorpion had been killed, so there was no need for them to stay. They had to quickly search for other prey. As for the monster cores, Kang Shinmu naturally couldn't give them to the 4 southern mansion dragon warriors. Firstly, without Jiang Yuaning, they wouldn't have been able to kill the multicolored scorpion. Secondly, without Kang Shinmu, no one would have been able to extract the monster cores from the poisonous land. In total, there are 3 multicolored scorpion and 3 monster cores. That's a total of 7 points. This is a pretty good harvest, but... Kang Shinmu thought to himself. Thinking of Jiang Liushue's battle power after obtaining the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon's blood essence, he felt a sense of pressure. At this moment, Jiang Liushue had probably obtained 10 to 20 points with the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon's blood essence. Kang Shinmu had no reason to relax. He had always believed that his future would not be any worse than Jiang Liushue's. Therefore, as a dragon warrior, he absolutely could not lose to Jiang Liushue in the demon-slaying experience. Otherwise, the gap between them would only grow. However, Jiang Yuaning and Kang Shinmu wanted to leave, but the 4 southern mansion dragon warriors did not allow it. "Stop right there." The youth who looked like the leader took 2 steps forward. With a gloomy expression, he shouted, "You want to leave after taking the things? Leave behind one of the monster cores. Otherwise, even if you can leave, you will have to pay a great price. Have you forgotten that during the demon-slaying experience, we cannot attack our own people from the Jiang clan?" Jiang Yuaning did not stop walking. Without turning her head, she spoke indifferently. She was not worried that the other party would attack them. Besides, even if they did attack, why would she be afraid of them? Although the other party had 4 people, it could be seen from their battle with the 5-colored bright scorpion that the combat power of these 4 fellows was really ordinary. They could not even compare to Jiang Shenwu, who was looked down upon. How could Jiang Yuaning feel the slightest bit of fear against the threat of these 4 people? Jiang Yuaning's reply was clearly within the 4 dragon warriors' expectations. However, they did not give up. The 4 of them moved and blocked Jiang Yuaning and Kang Shinmu's path. The 4 of them approached from 4 different directions. The leader's eyes flashed with viciousness. Who would have thought that Lady Jiang Yuaning of the Grand Supreme Palace would dare to snatch our southern mansion's spoils of war? You're really bullying us. Even if we are not your match, we can't let you get away with it. That's right. Who would have thought that Jiang Yuaning would attack our own people? How unexpected. Another person chimed in. With these words, how could Kang Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning not know what the other party was thinking? What was worse was that there was no way a fight would happen because someone had crushed the explosive scroll. Calculating the time, the Jiang tribal clan's rescue team should be nearby. Sure enough, Before Jiang Yuaning and Kang Xinmu could reply, two figures suddenly leaped out from the dense forest. One of the black figures quickly ran towards the poisoned Southern Mansion dragon warrior, while the other landed in front of Jiang Yuaning and Kang Xinmu. The two of them raised their heads and saw that it was a middle-aged man from the Jiang clan. Although his figure was thin, his aura was extremely tyrannical. Clearly, he was not someone that they, who had just transformed into a dragon, could compare to. "You guys attacked your own people and snatched the spoils of war?" The middle-aged man's words were directed at Jiang Yuaning. His tone was emotionless as he stood in front of the two like a mountain. Jiang Yuaning and Kang Xinmu were affected by the other party's aura and could not take another step forward. "What do you mean by snatching the spoils of war?" Although Jiang Yuaning couldn't move her feet, it wasn't like she couldn't even speak. She said coldly, "These two multicolored scorpions were killed by me and Jiang Shenwu. You can go and examine the corpses of the two earth demons and see what kind of injuries they have. As for attacking your own people, do you believe what they say? Do you not know how to judge for yourself? At such a time, if they lost in terms of aura, they would be weaker than the other party. It would be easier for the other party to grasp their weakness." Therefore, Jiang Yuaning argued for what was right and did not back down. Even when facing the Jiang tribal clan's reinforcements, she did not show the slightest bit of timidity or restraint. When the middle-aged man heard Jiang Yuaning's words, his expression was the same as usual. He only turned his head and glanced at the corpses of the two five-colored scorpions. As if he felt the poison that covered the ground, he turned his head to look at Kang Xinmu. His eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he was surprised that Kang Xinmu could pass through the poison to retrieve the monster core. As for who had the monster core, he could easily sense it. It could not escape his perception. The poison of the third level of the Earth Demon realm, five-colored scorpions, is not something that an ordinary ascending dragon stage junior can withstand. "Boy, you're quite interesting." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said such words. He did not mention the conflict just now, as if he was intentionally avoiding it. With just a glance, he could tell that all the wounds on the body of the five-colored scorpions only had the aura of moonlight power. There was no aura of the four Southern Mansion dragon warriors. Even if there was a little, it was insignificant. It was not enough to seriously injure or even kill the five-colored scorpions. Therefore, there was no need to argue about who killed the two five-colored scorpions. The truth was right in front of him. Moreover, to be able to obtain the monster core from the two five-colored scorpions, it was definitely not the four from the Southern Mansion. Thinking like this, the overall situation was incomparably clear. Chapter 3791. Kang Xinmu had obtained the two five-colored scorpions' monster cores. In addition to the previous one, he had obtained a total of 3 monster cores. This was a decent harvest. However, this did not mean that Kang Xinmu's score was good. After all, it was obtained by him and Jiang Yuaning together. If it was divided equally, it was not much. Kang Xinmu was certain that Jiang Liuxue had obtained more monster cores. The middle-aged man from the Jiang clan quickly finished dealing with the matters here. The young dragon martial artist who was poisoned first was fed a detoxification pill. His condition quickly stabilized and he would recover after resting for a while. However, he had nothing to do with this demon-slaying experiential training. Crushing the flame explosion scroll meant that his demon-slaying experience had come to an end. Moreover, the points he had obtained would be completely reset to 0. He would not be able to enter the mansion that he belonged to. Secondly, the 4 young dragon martial artists from the southern residence wanted to accuse Jiang Shenwu and Jiang Yuaning of snatching their Earth Demon's demon core, and even accused them of attacking their own people. The experienced middle-aged man did not believe such words at all. There were many clues on the scene that allowed the middle-aged man to see what had just happened. Obviously, he would not believe such a made-up story. If the four people from the southern residence could successfully frame Kong Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning, then to be honest, there was no need for the demon-slaying experience to continue. The four of you, I will warn you once. If you try to frame others again, your demon-slaying experience will be revoked. After the middle-aged man finished speaking to the four people, he left with his companions. Bringing along the poisoned young dragon warrior who had consumed the antidote, they turned around and disappeared in front of the crowd. Only Kong Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning were left in the field, as well as the four young dragon warriors from the southern residence. The four clenched their teeth. They were naturally very dissatisfied with the middle-aged man's way of handling the situation. However, since they had been seen through, there was nothing else they could say. We shall see. The leader said to Kong Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning in a low voice, then turned around and left with his people. The middle-aged man who had come to deal with the emergency had just left, and no one knew if he was nearby. They definitely did not dare to attack Kong Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning. Moreover, even if they did attack, they were most likely not Jiang Yuaning's match. Of course, they could only leave. Moreover, even if they did attack, they were most likely not Jiang Yuaning's match. Of course, they could only leave. The people of the South Mansion are so funny. Forget it, let's move on. Although we've obtained 3 Earth Monster Cores, which gives us a total of 7 points, it's still a long way off for the Grand Prince Mansion to be ranked first. Jiang Yuaning said and walked forward. Jiang Xinwu followed behind her and did not say much. Instead, he was constantly sensing the situation around him and guarding against any sudden situations. In this heavenly dry forest, if one was not careful, it would be very easy to encounter danger. As they moved forward, the forest became denser and the aura of the beasts became stronger. At this point, some of the more powerful earth demons would not blindly advance into the depths of the forest. This was because the earth demons in the deeper parts of the forest were stronger, and some of the beasts were territorial. If the outer earth demons invaded the territory of the powerful earth demons, they would suffer a miserable fate. Therefore, it was better to fight outside than to face the powerful earth demons head-on. Therefore, the possibility of encountering the earth demons was much higher if they continued forward. Jiang Yuaning and Kong Xinmu were both on guard. One in front, the other behind. Kong Xinmu soon sensed the aura of a group of beasts in front of them. It's a tiger-type beast. It should be a small tribe of beasts. The strongest one should be a third-layer earth demon, but there are 2 weaker ones. Kong Xinmu's keen sense of smell allowed him to sense the general situation in front of him. Jiang Yuaning discovered this situation a little later than Kong Xinmu. After all, both of them were at the first layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, and their perception ability was almost the same. But in terms of experience, Jiang Xinwu was obviously more experienced than Jiang Yuaning, so it was normal for him to perceive the situation ahead of her. Can you deal with the 2 small ones? Jiang Yuaning turned her head and asked Kong Xinmu in a low voice. Yes, you can deal with the big ones. But you have to deal with them quickly. I can only guarantee that I can hold the 2 small ones. Kong Xinmu nodded solemnly. This was indeed a challenge for him. Although the 2 tiger-type beasts were relatively weak, they were at least at the second layer of the earth demon realm. And tiger-type beasts had always been known for their violent destructive power. If Kong Xinmu was unable to resist the opponent's attack from the beginning, then he would not have the opportunity to devour the opponent's flesh and blood essence. Therefore, if he really wanted to deal with them, he must not face them head-on. Fortunately, there were not only 3 earth demons in the tribe of tiger-type beasts, but also some other ordinary beasts. Those ordinary beasts were not a threat to Kong Xinmu, who had already stepped into the Dragon Ascension realm, but he could quickly devour them to restore his strength and heal quickly. Since the Black Dragon Inheritance blood essence that Kong Xinmu had obtained contained a heaven-defying devouring power, he must make good use of this power, all for the sake of becoming stronger. He and Jiang Yuaning made a little preparation, then the two looked at each other and nodded to each other. Without any words, they could already see each other's plan from the other's eyes. The next moment, the two of them rushed out of the dense forest at an extremely fast speed and directly killed their way to the tribe of tiger-type beasts. In front of the two of them was a relatively spacious clearing in the forest. There were two low stone caves nearby, which should be the resting place of the tiger-type beasts. At this moment, there was a tiger-type beast at the second layer of the earth demon realm resting outside the stone cave, or it could be said to be vigilant of its surroundings. After all, these beasts understood the current situation in the Heaven Drive forest. A dragon martial artist had stepped into this place to hunt down these earth demons. Therefore, when Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning appeared, the tiger-type beast at the second layer of the earth demon realm immediately reacted and opened its mouth to roar angrily. It was a ferocious tiger-type beast that was 30 feet long, its eyes filled with endless ferocity. It could be seen that this tiger-type beast that had stepped into the earth demon realm had used the power of the earth to strengthen its limbs, making it extremely tyrannical and powerful. "Leave this one to me, its partner is running out of the stone cave." As Kang Xinmu spoke, he dashed towards the 30 feet long tiger-type beast. Before transforming into a dragon, Kang Xinmu looked like a tiny dot in front of the tiger-type beast. One of the tiger-type beast's legs was even longer than Kang Xinmu's entire body. However, when Kang Xinmu dashed over, he immediately transformed into a 30 feet long black dragon, and the intimidating aura of a dragon martial artist erupted in an instant. Kang Xinmu was very clear that he had no chance of winning if he didn't transform into a dragon when facing a demonic beast with extremely strong head-on combat like the tiger-type beast. Therefore, he simply transformed into a dragon from the very beginning and suppressed his opponent with his aura. The appearance of the black dragon slightly surprised the tiger-type beast, but after discovering that it was just an ordinary dragon, the tiger-type beast naturally felt relieved. A trifling 30 feet ordinary dragon, although its body was much larger than the tiger-type beast, its strength might not necessarily be comparable. The key point was that Kang Xinmu was only at the first layer of the Ascension Dragon realm, so naturally, he was looked down upon by this beast. The tiger-type beast's four limbs suddenly erupted with a powerful impact force. Its four limbs stomped on the ground, and the berserk power sent its entire body flying straight towards the black dragon. The tiger-type beast, like a meteor, instantly rushed towards the black dragon. Its four limbs carried a terrifying explosive power, and directly fell on the black dragon's body. The speed of the tiger-type beast was too fast. Before Kang Xinmu, who had transformed into a black dragon, could react, the tiger-type beast had already closed in on him, and then was bombarded by the tiger-type beast's explosive limbs. His entire body fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the jungle, breaking two giant trees. However, Kang Xinmu's reaction was also fast. It didn't matter if he was injured for the time being, since he could quickly recover by relying on the devouring power. However, he had to ensure that the tiger-type beast would not cause trouble for Jiang Yuaning. Because Jiang Yuaning had to be in perfect condition to fight the tiger-type beast tribe's leader, who was at the third layer of the earth demon realm. Therefore, the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into turned over and stood up. Enduring the pain of being bombarded by the tiger-type beast, he brazenly launched a counterattack against the tiger-type beast. The pitch-black devouring power condensed on the dragon's claws, and the black dragon turned over and clawed at the tiger-type beast. However, its speed was still slower than the tiger-type beast. With a leap, the tiger-type beast easily dodged the black dragon's claws. After all, the tiger-type beast's strength was a level higher than Kang Xinmu's, and its speed and strength were much higher than his. Most importantly, the tiger-type beast had strengthened its limbs with the power of the earth, causing its speed and instantaneous explosive power to reach the extreme. However, Kang Xinmu was not that easy to deal with. When the tiger-type beast leaped to avoid the black dragon's claws, it did not expect Kang Xinmu to have a follow-up move. The dragon's tail had long been ready, and it swept out in the direction where the tiger-type beast dodged. The black dragon's huge strength immediately smashed the tiger-type beast, and it was ruthlessly smashed to the ground. With that, the tiger-type beast was temporarily under control. Immediately after, a tiger's roar was heard from the direction of the low cave once again. It traveled into the surrounding dense forest, and then another tiger-type beast that was even larger flew out. This tiger-type beast was the leader of the tiger-type beasts at the third layer of the Earth Demon realm. It had condensed a pair of wings with the power of the earth, allowing it to fly in the air. Moonlight Star Dragon? Show yourself. At the same time that the tiger-type beast appeared, Jiang Yuaning knew that an intense battle was coming. Since she had chosen to believe in Kang Xinmu, she no longer had to worry about the situation over there. She only had to focus on her opponent. Chapter 3792. The Moonlight Star Dragon that Jiang Yuaning had transformed into was 30 meters long. It was as dazzling as a star. Its blue-purple streamlined body was very eye-catching in the dense forest. It was very beautiful. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the beauty of her true dragon body, but her strength. Before Jiang Yuaning had transformed into a dragon, she could already use the power of moonlight to deal with the colorful scorpion, which was a third-tier earth demon. Now that she had transformed into a dragon, her true dragon body was obviously more powerful when using the power of moonlight. The leader of the flower tigers, which was a third-tier earth demon, spread its wings and flew out of the cave. It roared at the Moonlight Star Dragon and bit at it. The streamlined body of the Moonlight Star Dragon swayed easily and dodged the bite. Then, the power of moonlight covered the entire body of the true dragon, so that the body of the Moonlight Star Dragon was covered with moonlight sword aura. Under such circumstances, Jiang Yuaning boldly rushed toward the leader of the flower tigers. Her dragon claws quickly reached down and grabbed one of the tiger's hind legs. The flower tiger leader roared angrily. It spread its wings and flew to the side, bringing the 300-meter-long Moonlight Star Dragon with it as it fell to the ground. It was obvious that the other side had planned this. Just as both sides approached the dense forest, another violent flower tiger suddenly jumped out from the dense forest. It was the other earth demon of the tiger tribe, possessing the strength of a second-layer earth demon. This guy had been hiding in the beginning, waiting for the leader of the flower tigers and Jiang Yuaning to fight fiercely. Then, it suddenly appeared and attacked, suppressing the Moonlight Star Dragon in one fell swoop. This situation made Jiang Yuaning panic a little. It was not a problem to fight one against two, but the problem was that she had to fight two unprepared. She could not find the time to deal with the sneak attacker. Fortunately, Kang Xinmu appeared at this time. Just now, Jiang Xinwu was fighting with the first flower tiger berserk. After sweeping his opponent to the ground with his dragon tail, he used his dragon claws to hold it tightly. His devouring power continuously devoured the opponent's flesh and life essence. But now, when the third flower tiger earth demon appeared, Kang Xinmu gave up on the first flower tiger earth demon, turned around and charged straight at it. If the third tiger still wanted to attack Jiang Yuaning, it would definitely be bitten by the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into, or it would have to stop in its tracks to avoid Kang Xinmu's attack. Obviously, the other party didn't think that much. In the eyes of these three flower tigers, Kang Xinmu was nothing. After all, he was only a Tenjiang-long mortal dragon. No matter how strong he was, there was still a limit to how strong he was. Compared to Kang Xinmu, Jiang Yuaning's Moonlight Star Dragon was 300 feet long, which was 3 times the size of Kang Xinmu's Black Dragon. The opponent's main focus was definitely on Jiang Yuaning. This caused the third flower tiger to ignore Kang Xinmu. All it wanted to do was to injure the Moonlight Star Dragon as soon as possible. In that case, there was basically no suspense in this battle. they could completely defeat the two divine dragons. Therefore, the third flower tiger did not dodge Kang Shinmu's attack at all. Instead, it bit at the moonlight star dragon that Jiang Yuaning had transformed into. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Kang Shinmu. Roar! The black dragon that Kang Shinmu had transformed into roared and rushed over. It opened its huge mouth and bit the back of the third flower tiger earth demon with its dragon teeth. Once bitten, Kang Shinmu could no longer let go. The devouring power continued to gather at the dragon's teeth and began to devour the opponent's flesh, blood, and life essence. The flower tiger berserk had succeeded. It unleashed its berserk strength and knocked the moonlight star dragon to the side. The moonlight star dragon's back was pierced by the tiger's fangs, and blood began to spurt out. Jiang Yuaning was the first to be injured. But now, Kang Shinmu had already bitten the third flower tiger earth demon. He would not give it a second chance to attack Jiang Yuaning. Hang in there. I can only deal with one at a time. Give me some time and I will come to help you soon. Kang Shinmu could see that the flower tiger earth demon wanted to kill Jiang Yuaning first. After the first flower tiger earth demon got up, it looked at the situation and completely ignored Kang Shinmu. Instead, it leaped toward the moonlight star dragon from another direction. Its four limbs, which had been strengthened by the power of the earth, stomped heavily on the dense forest ground. Its huge body leaped high and attacked Jiang Yuaning. Hearing Long Yu's words, Jiang Yuaning immediately retracted her defense. The moonlight force condensed into a moonlight barrier on the surface of the real dragon's body. With the appearance of the moonlight barrier, the two flower tigers could not do anything to Jiang Yuaning. After all, Jiang Yuaning had transformed into a true dragon, the moonlight star dragon. The combat power of a true dragon was much stronger than that of an ordinary dragon or a demonic beast. Even at a lower cultivation level, the moonlight star dragon could hold on for a long time while fighting two opponents at the same time. This was a battle of pure strength. It was different from the battle with the five-colored scorpion. The difference in talent between the two sides could be seen. The moonlight star dragon was not at a disadvantage even when fighting against two opponents. On the other hand, Kang Shinmu, in his black dragon form, could only pin down a flower tiger in the second layer of the earth demon realm. However, under the current circumstances, Kang Shinmu's side was the key to the whole battle. As long as Kang Shinmu killed his opponent first, he could easily win this battle. However, if the black dragon that Jiang Shinwu transformed into was killed by the berserk flower tiger, the result would be obvious. Jiang Yuaning could not deal with three berserk flower tiger earth demons by herself. In the eyes of these flower tigers, Kang Shinmu would definitely die. There was nothing to worry about. However, only Kang Shinmu knew that if he fought with this flower tiger alone, his opponent would definitely die. Moreover, he had already used his dragon teeth to bite down on his opponent. His devouring power was constantly being activated. Under such circumstances, his opponent could not resist at all. The flower tiger turned its head and bit at Kang Shinmu's back. This flower tiger's teeth were strengthened by the power of the earth. They were extremely destructive. With one bite, the black dragon's body was pierced through and blood flowed out. Kang Shinmu did not make a sound. He used his black dragon body's dragon claws to press the flower tiger to the ground. His dragon teeth did not loosen and the devouring power continued to flow into his opponent's body. The two sides fell into a long tug-of-war. On the other side, Jiang Yuaning's moonlight star dragon was entangled with the two flower tigers. On the other side, Kang Shinmu was fighting alone. His devouring power constantly devoured his opponent's flesh, blood, and life essence. He also replenished his own lost strength and healed his own injuries. As the devouring power was activated, the flower tiger seemed to feel something was wrong. Its life force was rapidly depleting, much faster than when it was injured. This made the flower tiger bite even more ferociously. Under the ferocious bite of the flower tiger, Kang Shinmu's black dragon body was soon riddled with holes. Boiling dragon blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire forest red. However, the strange thing was that even after suffering such heavy injuries, the black dragon did not die. Instead, his life force was constantly recovering. This was the terrifying part of the devouring power. As long as Kang Shinmu could not be killed in one go, the final winner would be him. Although the process was very painful, Kang Shinmu could bear it. If it were someone else, perhaps they would not have such a strong endurance. After all, the feeling of the divine dragon's body being constantly destroyed and restored was terrifying just thinking about it. Kang Shinmu could bear it purely because of his strong willpower. If not for that, he would not have been able to step into the Dragon Ascension realm at the age of 15 and transform into a divine dragon's body. Therefore, this special black dragon inheritance blood essence was quite suitable for Kang Shinmu. At least, Kang Shinmu had the heart to become stronger and the belief to become stronger, so he could persevere. As long as he was not instantly killed by his opponent, Kang Shinmu was not afraid of any attack, even if it was a violent storm, lightning, or thunder. As time passed, the devouring power became stronger and stronger. Under Kang Shinmu's devouring, the flower tiger became weaker and weaker. Its life force was depleting extremely seriously. As for the black dragon that Kang Shinmu had transformed into, he was seriously injured at the beginning, but as time passed, he became more and more energetic. The heavy injuries at the beginning were quickly healed by devouring his opponent's life force. Moreover, his opponent's attacks became weaker and weaker. Gradually, they could not harm the recovering black dragon's body. Under such circumstances, the flower tiger berserk was soon unable to hold on any longer. The flower tiger did not want to die just like that. When it realized that something was wrong, it began to roar, wanting to ask for help from its companions. Unfortunately, the other two flower tigers were held back by the Moonlight Star Dragon. Jiang Yuaning blocked them, not giving them any chance to attack Kang Shinmu. At first, the two flower tigers had blocked Jiang Yuaning, but the situation had been reversed. Everything was because of the change in the situation on Kang Shinmu's side. The three flower tigers had not expected that the black dragon that Kang Shinmu had transformed into would be so powerful that he could single-handedly defeat one of them to the point that it had to ask for help. However, it was too late to ask for help now. Jiang Yuaning was not a fool. Of course, she knew that if any of the flower tigers went to Kang Shinmu's side, everything would be in vain. With her ability, it would not be easy for her to kill the two flower tigers, but it would not be a problem for her to hold them back. The Moonlight Star force poured down from the sky, forming a barrier that completely trapped the flower tigers, preventing them from supporting Kang Shinmu on the battlefield. As the aura of the berserk flower tiger that Jiang Shenwu had devoured with his devouring power grew weaker and weaker, Jiang Shenwu's body had already recovered to its peak state. Chapter 3793. When the second layer Earth Demon Berserk Flower Tiger was devoured to death by Kang Shinmu, the other two Berserk Flower Tiger Earth Demons were stunned on the spot. Even the third layer Earth Demon Berserk Flower Tiger did not expect such a situation to occur. That ordinary-looking black dragon could actually kill one of their companions in such a manner? Their companion was clearly a second heaven Earth Demon, which was one heaven higher than the mortal dragon. This was a situation that the two violent flower tigers did not expect. As soon as it appeared, they knew that the situation today was not good. It was basically impossible for the two ferocious flower tigers to defeat the two dragon martialists. After all, the two ferocious flower tigers could only fight to a draw with Jiang Yuaning when they joined forces. Now, with the addition of Kang Shinmu, they were no match for him. If it had been in the beginning, they would not have paid much attention to Kang Shinmu. Even though he had transformed into a dragon, he was just an ordinary black dragon. His physical strength was not strong, and his innate talent was definitely not strong either. Who would have thought that such an ordinary black dragon could actually kill an even stronger berserk flower tiger? As for the reason, the two berserk flower tiger earth demons could see. Although they could not sense the devouring power in Kang Shinmu's body, they knew that during the stalemate, Kang Shinmu must have absorbed some power from the berserk flower tiger to replenish his own strength and weaken the berserk flower tiger. This kind of method was very terrifying. As long as they could not kill Kang Shinmu in one fell swoop, he would always have the hope of turning the tables. Now, unless the two remaining berserk flower tigers attacked Kang Shinmu at the same time and killed him in an instant, Kang Shinmu was already in an invincible position. With Jiang Yuaning present, how could the two berserk flower tigers have such an opportunity? If they could not kill Kang Shinmu, they could only escape. Otherwise, Kang Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning could easily kill them if they joined forces. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, both Kang Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning could win and defeat their respective opponents. Therefore, under such circumstances, the two earth demons looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they turned around and began to flee. In the cave behind them, there were still many of the flower tiger's clansmen. However, they were not earth demons, so they could not interfere in such a battle. The two violent flower tigers turned around and ran. Obviously, they didn't want to take their clansmen with them. Otherwise, Jiang Yuaning and Kang Shinmu would probably make them stay. In that case, not only would they not be able to save their clansmen, but they would also lose their lives. Thus, they didn't hesitate at all. Even though it was very painful to leave their clansmen behind, for the continuation of their clansmen, they could only turn around and run. Seeing that the two violent flower tigers had turned around and fled, many of the younger generation of the flower tigers who were watching from the cave rushed out of the cave, wanting to follow them. This was because if they stayed, the entire clan would be completely annihilated without the protection of a powerful earth demon. Therefore, they chose to run out of the cave and chase after the two violent flower tigers. It didn't matter how many violent flower tigers could catch up to them and escape successfully. They wouldn't stay and wait for death anyway. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Jiang Yuaning and Kang Shinmu's targets were earth demon beasts. As for those who hadn't reached the earth demon level, they didn't care about them at all. In the next moment, seeing that the two violent flower tiger earth demons had turned around and fled, Jiang Yuaning took the lead in her divine dragon form and chased after them. Kang Shinmu transformed into a black dragon and followed behind Jiang Yuaning. Along the way, his dragon tail swept away many ordinary violent flower tiger demonic beasts. Those violent flower tigers that hadn't reached the earth demon level were basically seriously injured by a sweep of Kang Shinmu's dragon tail. They almost lost their lives. The Moonlight Star Dragon that Jiang Yuaning had transformed into soared through the sky dry forest. Along the way, her dragon body swept across the forest, breaking many giant trees and causing them to collapse. The two violent flower tiger earth demons did not choose to escape together. Instead, they fled separately. That way, they would have a higher chance of escaping. However, seeing that Jiang Yuaning and Kang Shinmu's divine dragon form completely ignored the ordinary violent flower tigers behind them and directly chased after them, the two violent flower tigers' moods immediately hit rock bottom. Obviously, they were Kang Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning's target. Although the violent flower tiger at the third heaven of the earth demon realm had a pair of wings strengthened by the power of the earth and could fly swiftly in the air, it was clearly not fast enough to compete with the divine dragon form. The explosive power of the violent flower tiger's wings was very high. It could instantly accelerate extremely fast, but it couldn't maintain it for too long. In the long run, Jiang Yuaning would eventually catch up to them. The two violent flower tigers fled separately and soon disappeared from each other's sight in the sky dry forest. Jiang Yuaning chased after the third heaven violent flower tiger earth demon, while Kang Shinmu chased after the second heaven violent flower tiger earth demon. The two divine dragons traversed through the dense forest for the two earth demons' demon cores. Because Kang Shinmu had stopped for a while to retrieve the demon core of the violent flower tiger earth demon that he had killed, he was slightly behind. However, the violent flower tiger earth demon that he was chasing could not fly. It only had strengthened its 4 strong limbs. Relying on its familiarity with the surrounding terrain, it sprinted ahead quickly. In terms of speed, it could not compare to Kang Shinmu's black dragon at all. "Stop right there!" Jiang Shenwu bellowed, the dragon's roar spread out, and the entire black dragon flew in front of the violent flower tiger, then swooped down. After breaking 2 giant trees, the dragon's claws had already tightly grabbed onto the violent flower tiger. The 2 huge creatures crashed into the dense forest. The force of the black dragon swooping down caused both of them to roll on the black dragon's ground for a long distance. Along the way, the scene was a complete mess. In the midst of the battle, the violent flower tiger's front claws, which had been strengthened by the force of earth, clawed at the black dragon's body, leaving many bloody marks on the black dragon's body. Kang Shinmu did not care at all. He only used more force to stab the violent flower tiger earth demon's body, and the devouring power began to condense in the dragon's claws. The devouring power was activated once again. The strange and overbearing power allowed the black dragon to tightly control the violent flower tiger earth demon. The violent flower tiger earth demon struggled incessantly, but it could not break free no matter how hard it tried. Even though the violent flower tiger earth demon's limbs were strong, it could not do anything against the black dragon and the devouring power. Chapter 3794. Kang Shinmu was becoming more and more experienced in dealing with earth demons. Without a doubt, an ordinary second-layer earth demon was no match for Kang Shinmu. Although Kang Shinmu would be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight, as long as Kang Shinmu found a chance to devour his opponent, he would be undefeatable. That was the case now. Previously, the berserk flower tiger had been killed by Jiang Shenwu in this manner. Now, the berserk flower tiger earth demon had once again fallen into a disadvantageous position. Kang Shinmu used his dragon claws to devour the life and blood essence of the flower tiger earth demon to replenish the energy in his body. Furthermore, the injuries all over his body were continuously recovering. The flower tiger earth demon was getting weaker and weaker, while the black dragon was getting stronger and stronger. Without any external interference, the outcome of the battle was basically decided. But at this moment, the aura of a mystical dragon suddenly came from a distance. This sudden aura of a mystical dragon was not one that Kang Shinmu was familiar with, so he was sure that it was not Jiang Yuning. It must be another dragon warrior. This situation made Kang Shinmu vigilant. The flower tiger earth demon was not completely dead yet. If someone else came to interfere now, it would be hard to say what would happen. Obviously, the other party had sensed the aura of Kang Shinmu's black dragon and the dying aura of the flower tiger earth demon. That was why they wanted to rush over. As for the other party's motives, Kang Shinmu could not guess. But judging from the fact that the other party was alone, it should be at least a true dragon. If it was an ordinary dragon, it would not be able to move around alone in this skydrive forest. It would be too dangerous and it would be difficult to hunt down any earth demons. If the true dragon's inheritor is here to snatch the demon core of the flower tiger earth demon, it won't be a good situation for me. As Kang Shinmu thought to himself, his devouring power surged out even faster, devouring the blood, flesh, and life essence of the flower tiger earth demon. Very soon, the flower tiger berserk was on the verge of death. However, at this moment, Kang Shinmu was still unable to extract the beast's Yaodan. At the same time, the aura of the mystical dragon approached from afar. It was already not far from Kang Shinmu and the flower tiger berserk. Following that, a bolt of lightning came crashing down from the nearby forest. The purple lightning landed on the flower tiger's body without any hesitation. The tyrannical power of thunder and lightning directly killed the violent flower tiger that was on the verge of death. Then, a 300 feet long divine dragon, surrounded by endless thunder and lightning, appeared from the nearby dense forest. It quickly flew towards Kang Shinmu. Demonic core. Without any hesitation, Kang Shinmu tore the flower tiger's body apart with his black dragon claw and extracted the earth demon's demon core from within. He had been dealing with this flower tiger all along. Although the thunder divine dragon had snatched the demon core away in the end, Kang Shinmu could not give it to the earth demon core. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party was still flying over, Jiang Shenwu had already cut open the belly of the violent flower tiger and extracted the earth demon's demon core from within. This second layer earth demon's demonic core could increase the Grand Prince's mansion's demon-slaying experience points by 2 points. It was very likely that these 2 points were the most crucial points. Brat, get lost. When the Thunder Dragon saw that Kang Shinmu had taken away the Earth Demon's demon core, it immediately roared angrily. A violent purple thunder rumbled out, instantly charring the surrounding jungle, and a burnt smell spread out. Upon hearing the other party's angry roar, Jiang Shenwu recognized who it was. This Thunder Dragon was actually Jiang Cheng from the southern mansion of the Jiang clan. He was also the fiancé of Jiang Xinyu, whom Kang Shinmu had killed previously. Jiang Xinyu and her lover Jiang Luo had been killed and devoured by Kang Shinmu. No one knew about this. If Jiang Cheng knew about this, would he thank Kang Shinmu, or would he kill Kang Shinmu? No matter what, now that Jiang Cheng had turned into a true dragon and appeared in front of Kang Shinmu, it was impossible for him to attack Kang Shinmu. After all, this was the iron rule of the demon-slaying experience points. Whoever attacked one of their own would be disqualified from the demon-slaying experience points, and would even bring about a series of negative effects. Not only would it affect the person, it would also affect the mansion they were in. Therefore, the Thunder Dragon that Jiang Cheng had turned into only bombarded the surrounding jungle with endless thunder. It did not dare to directly attack the Black Dragon that Kang Shinmu had transformed into. This was the Thunder Dragon's demonstration to Kang Shinmu. Thunder-slaying True Dragon? Kang Shinmu remembered that the True Dragon's blood essence that Jiang Cheng had obtained was called the Thunder-slaying True Dragon. It could control the power of thunder, and its power was much stronger than that of Jiang Luo's. Even if the violent flower tiger wasn't on its last breath, it would have been killed by the endless thunderbolts of the thunder-slaying True Dragon. Compared to Kang Shinmu's devouring power, the power of this thunder was much stronger. This was the difference between an ordinary dragon and a true dragon. The Thunder Dragon bombarded the surrounding jungle with the power of thunder, making Kang Shinmu feel an extremely strong pressure, as if he was in a thunder purgatory, and he could be bombarded by these thunder at any time. Thunder roared and lightning flashed in the surroundings, causing Kang Shinmu to feel extremely heavy psychological pressure. However, he gritted his teeth and flew straight in the direction where Jiang Yuaning was chasing the flower tiger. In any case, Jiang Cheng did not dare to attack him, so there was no need for him to be afraid. Moreover, even if the Black Dragon really attacked him, Kang Shinmu might not lose to the Black Dragon. Right now, both sides were only at the first layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, and neither had cultivated any dragon martial skills. The gap between a true dragon and an ordinary dragon had not really manifested. If Kang Shinmu could devour the life essence of the Black Dragon, he still had a chance of winning. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Kang Shinmu was really not prepared to fight against a true dragon, but in this situation, he could only desperately resist. To be honest, Kang Shinmu's devouring power could devour earth demons and divine dragons, but only by devouring divine dragons could he improve the grade of his Black Dragon's blood essence. As for devouring divine dragons, Kang Shinmu still had some expectations in his heart. Of course, if the Black Dragon did not provoke Kang Shinmu would not have the idea of devouring the Black Dragon. But if the Black Dragon took the initiative to provoke him, then Kang Shinmu could not be blamed. Leave the monster core, otherwise the consequences are not something you can bear. Chapter 3795. Kang Shinmu did not expect Jiang Cheng to be so relentless in his pursuit. Logically speaking, with Jiang Cheng's strength, killing a second-layer Earth Demon and obtaining a second-layer Earth Demon's monster core should be a piece of cake. There was no need for him to target Kang Shinmu. However, Kang Shinmu suddenly remembered the scene from before, when he and Jiang Yuaning killed the five-colored scorpion. Aren't those 5 people from the South residents? That's right, Jiang Cheng should know that Jiang Yuaning and I still have the 5-colored scorpion's Earth Demon's monster core. That's why he's so relentless in his pursuit. Kang Shinmu immediately thought of the reason. After understanding the opponent's plan, he knew that today's matter would be difficult. The people of the Jiang clan absolutely could not kill each other, but it wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before. Especially now that Jiang Cheng's fiancée had disappeared. This was probably a huge blow to him, causing him to be irritable and easily angered. It was not entirely impossible for him to make a move against Jiang Shenwu. With regards to this, Jiang Shenwu was extremely cautious. If his opponent were to make a move, he would have to react immediately. Otherwise, with the terrifying strength of this thunder-slaying true dragon, it would probably only need a single move to annihilate him. The thunder-slaying true dragon was born with extremely powerful strength. The destructive power of lightning was extremely terrifying. It could be seen from how it killed the second-layer Earth Demon Flower Tiger in one move. Such an opponent was a bit too powerful for the current Kang Shinmu. It was basically impossible to fight against it. But in this situation, Kang Shinmu obviously could not escape from the opponent. If the opponent really wanted to attack, Kang Shinmu would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Of course, it was even more impossible for Kang Shinmu to hand over the Earth Demon's monster core that he had obtained. No matter what, he would not give in. This was not his character. I won't hand over the demonic core. Attack me if you have the guts. Kang Shinmu clenched his teeth. The black divine dragon rolled sideways and flew towards the dense forest at the side. In his haste, he didn't know where he was going. In any case, he couldn't let Jiang Cheng stop him completely. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to talk to him. When he heard Kang Shinmu's words, Jiang Cheng was instantly enraged. This brat before him was truly disgusting. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Jiang Cheng's face hardened and his voice turned cold. Since that's the case, I'll let you know what fear is. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder-slaying true dragon that Jiang Cheng had transformed into chased after Kang Shinmu at an extremely fast speed. The power of the purple thunderbolt arrived with a loud bang, and a purple thunderbolt beam as thick as the mouth of a bowl swept directly towards the place where the black dragon was. Jiang Cheng had really made a move against Kang Shinmu. If this scene was seen by the elders of the Jiang clan, not only would Jiang Cheng be disqualified from the demon-slaying experience, he would also be severely punished. Of course, he wouldn't die. After all, Jiang Cheng was a genius among the younger generation of the Jiang clan. He couldn't be allowed to die like that. But Kang Shinmu was different. Even if Kang Shinmu were to die in Jiang Cheng's hands, Jiang Cheng wouldn't have to pay with his life. This was the difference in talent. Kang Shinmu had only inherited the blood essence of a mortal dragon, and it was only an 80-foot mortal dragon. Even if he assisted Jiang Zizai's son, his future achievements would be extremely limited. But Jiang Cheng was different. He had inherited the blood essence of a true dragon. With the thunder-slaying true dragon, he could become a mainstay of the Jiang clan in the future. Comparing the lives of the two, it was clear that Jiang Cheng's life was more valuable. Kang Shinmu gritted his teeth. When he felt Jiang Cheng's thunder-slaying true dragon attack him with lightning, he knew that this battle was inevitable. Even if he crushed the explosion scroll, it would be difficult for him to hold on until the Jiang clan's rescue team arrived. It was even possible that the opponent's first lightning attack could seriously injure him. Besides counterattacking, Kang Xinmu could not think of any other way. Although the odds of success were slim, there was still a chance of survival. What's more, deep in Kang Xinmu's heart, there was a crazy idea. Now that Jiang Cheng had taken the initiative to attack him, wasn't this a rare opportunity to devour it? If he devoured the thunder-slaying true dragon, what would happen to Kang Xinmu's black dragon's blood essence? What level would it rise from a mortal dragon's 100 feet to? Kang Xinmu had already experienced the devouring power contained in the black dragon's blood essence. As long as he devoured a divine dragon, he could increase the size of the black dragon, as well as the grade of the blood essence. Kang Xinmu did not know how many divine dragons he needed to devour from a mortal dragon to a true dragon. But since there was such an opportunity, he would not let it go. Even if you are a true dragon and I am a mortal dragon, now that we are both at the first tier of the Dragon Ascension realm, I might not be your match. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. The eyes of the black dragon were filled with endless fighting spirit. He turned around and faced the purple lightning attack released by the thunder-slaying true dragon. The speed of the lightning attack was so fast that it was impossible for Kang Xinmu to dodge it. But Jiang Cheng did not expect that the kid would turn around and take the initiative to face it. This situation surprised Jiang Cheng. He grinned and said, "What? Now you want to beg for mercy? Unfortunately, it's too late. It's absolutely impossible for your fragile body to withstand this lightning attack." Kang Xinmu clenched his teeth and did not reply, because there was no time for him to speak. The purple lightning struck his black dragon body in the blink of an eye, and the terrifying destructive power of the lightning spread through his entire body in an instant. The power of lightning was the most violent. In just an instant, the injuries Jiang Xinwu had suffered had already surpassed the injuries he had suffered during the battle with the Flower Tiger Berserk. His entire body had even been completely paralyzed, and even the slightest movement had become extremely strenuous. The black dragon body was seriously damaged. If this continued, Kang Xinmu was very clear that as long as the other side launched another lightning attack, he would undoubtedly die. There's no other way, I can only devour. Kang Xinmu clenched his teeth. The Earth Demon's demon core that he had just dug out from the Flower Tiger's body was completely wrapped up by his devouring power, and then devoured. Now he had no way to touch the thunder-slaying true dragon. If he wanted to heal his injuries and restore his ability to move, he could only devour the Earth Demon's demon core. Although the Earth Demon's demon core was very precious, it was insignificant compared to Kang Xinmu's life. Chapter 3796. Jiang Cheng returned to his human form when he saw the miserable state of the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. The imposing aura of the thunder-slaying true dragon dissipated from the dense forest. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? I'll be taking the Earth Demon's demon core. As for you, since you're seeking death, I won't stop you. The burly Jiang Cheng smiled savagely as he strode toward the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. A purple thunderbolt gradually gathered in his hands. Although this thunderbolt was not as powerful as his dragon form, it was definitely not weak. At least, it was more than enough to deal with the current Kang Xinmu. Jiang Cheng could sense that Kang Xinmu had completely lost the ability to fight. That was why he was so bold as to directly cancel his dragon form and approach the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into in his human form. After all, maintaining his dragon form was somewhat taxing on his body. In addition, he did not want the battle to be known by others, so he tried his best to restrain himself. This gave Kang Xinmu a chance to counterattack. Contrary to what Jiang Cheng had imagined, the current Kang Xinmu had not completely lost the ability to fight. He was only devouring the demon core of the violent flower tiger and using it to recover his own strength. Contrary to Kang Xinmu's expectations, the effects of devouring the violent flower tiger's demon core were very good. The recovery of strength and healing effects were very obvious. After all, this was the source of strength of a demonic beast of the earth demon level. It contained an extremely rich power of the earth. After being devoured by Kang Xinmu's devouring power, all the injuries on his body rapidly recovered. When Jiang Cheng arrived in front of the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into, his injuries were already mostly healed. Moreover, he had only devoured about a third of the violent flower tiger's demon core's power. This was the best time for Kang Xinmu to counterattack when Jiang Cheng was caught off guard. Without any hesitation, Kang Xinmu decided to attack. Since the other party had already made a move, Kang Xinmu had nothing to worry about. Either you die, or I die. Just as the purple thunderbolt in Jiang Cheng's hand was about to strike the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into, the black dragon that had been paralyzed on the ground suddenly soared into the air. In that instant, Jiang Cheng's vision was completely occupied by the black dragon's body. The dragon's claws swooped down and directly gripped Jiang Cheng's body tightly. At this moment, the purple thunderbolt in Jiang Cheng's hand was subconsciously activated. The purple thunderbolt exploded and enveloped the entire body of the black dragon. Kang Xinmu took the attack head-on, and his devouring power continued to devour the flower tiger's demon core, using it to recover his strength and heal his wounds. At the same time, his dragon claws gripped Jiang Cheng tightly, making Jiang Cheng look like a field mouse that had been caught by an eagle. In human form, the difference between his size and that of a divine dragon was too great. At this moment, the devouring power in Kang Xinmu's body surged out continuously from the dragon claws and enveloped Jiang Cheng's entire body. With just the strength of the black dragon's body, it was impossible for him to kill Jiang Cheng. After all, Jiang Cheng could also transform into a dragon. What Kang Xinmu could do now was to use his devouring power to corrode Jiang Cheng's body. That way, the overall situation would develop in his favor. The pitch-black light of the devouring power emerged from the dense forest and enveloped Jiang Cheng's entire body. In the next moment, the aura of the thunder-slaying true dragon erupted once again. Indeed, when Jiang Cheng encountered such a situation, he still transformed into a dragon without hesitation. This was because if he did not transform into a dragon, he would definitely not be a match for Kang Xinmu. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to be able to counterattack. You did a good job pretending to be dead just now, but it's useless now. Jiang Cheng laughed sinisterly. The thunder-slaying true dragon's 300-foot-long body was surrounded by purple lightning and instantly broke through the restraints of Kang Xinmu's dragon claws. After all, the thunder-slaying true dragon was much larger than the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. Once Jiang Cheng transformed into a dragon, Kang Xinmu would immediately be at a disadvantage. However, Kang Xinmu seized this opportunity and gripped the thunder-slaying true dragon's body tightly with his dragon claws. A pair of sharp dragon claws pierced directly into the side of the thunder-slaying true dragon's body. He had already predicted that after Jiang Cheng was counterattacked, he would definitely transform into a dragon again. The moment he transformed into a dragon again would be the moment that Kang Xinmu had a chance of winning. Jiang Cheng must have thought that Kang Xinmu could not withstand a single blow and could be easily dealt with by transforming into a dragon. However, he would never have imagined that the innate ability of Kang Xinmu's divine dragon inheritance blood essence was actually the overbearing and mysterious devouring power. Kang Xinmu gripped the side of his opponent's body tightly with his dragon claws. He was determined not to let go no matter what. The devouring power continued to corrode the thunder-slaying true dragon's body through his dragon claws. Jiang Cheng's purple lightning bombarded the black dragon's body once again. However, this time, it did not cause as much damage as the previous time. After all, Jiangcheng had prepared this attack in a hurry and could not exert his full strength. On the other hand, Kang Xinmu began to devour the power in the thunder-slaying true dragon's body and began to develop a certain resistance to the power of thunder. This resistance was not high, but it was enough to save Kang Xinmu's life at the critical moment. For Kang Xinmu, being able to save his life was equivalent to having the foundation to win. Everything was based on staying alive. As long as Kang Xinmu was still alive, he could turn defeat into victory. For me? Devour! Kang Xinmu roared angrily. It was obvious that he was extremely angry at his opponent's attack. No matter what, he was not a pushover. Since his opponent wanted to bully him, Kang Xinmu, he would let him know the consequences of bullying him. The devouring power surged out violently from Jiang Xinwu's body like a tornado, engulfing the entire thunder-slaying true dragon within it. The essence of the thunder-slaying true dragon's blood and flesh was absorbed by Kang Xinmu's body and turned into his own. At the same time, Kang Xinmu continued to devour the demon core of the violent flower tiger. It was the existence of this demon core that allowed him to hold on for so long. You're courting death. Jiangcheng had never imagined that Jiang Xinwu would be able to launch such a counterattack. Moreover, it was such a strong counterattack that even Jiangcheng felt a little threatened. However, Jiangcheng was not worried that Kang Xinmu could kill him. After all, he had almost defeated Kang Xinmu with just one move. Although Kang Xinmu was recovering from his injuries, it was of no use. In Jiangcheng's opinion, he was a genius who had inherited the blood essence of a true dragon. How could he lose to Kang Xinmu, who had inherited the blood essence of a mortal dragon? If you dare to fight back, I'll kill you. Chapter 3797. The purple thunderbolt struck the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into at close range. The terrifying power instantly invaded the black dragon's body. However, Jiangcheng was still rational at this moment. He knew that he had to control the power of the attack and not make too much noise. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of others nearby and they would discover that he was fighting against Kang Xinmu. That would be bad. Although he could attack Kang Xinmu at will, that was under the premise that he thought he could kill Kang Xinmu instantly. Even if Kang Xinmu launched a counterattack now, he still did not dare to use his full strength. This gave Kang Xinmu a chance to continue his counterattack. The purple lightning arrived and landed on the black dragon that he had transformed into, charring his entire body once again. However, this time, Jiang Xinwu's injuries were not as severe as the previous time. The destructive power of the purple thunderbolt was the same. However, Kang Xinmu's body was already resistant to the power of thunder and lightning, and this resistance was increasing as time passed. Devour, devour. The devouring power in Kang Xinmu's body surged out continuously. Part of it was absorbing the violent flower tiger's monster core, while the other part was absorbing the flesh and blood essence of the thunder-slaying true dragon. He devoured the power of the earth demon's monster core, which allowed him to recover rapidly. The flesh and blood essence of the thunder-slaying true dragon contained the power of purple thunderbolt, which allowed him to increase his resistance to thunder and lightning. This time, Kang Xinmu withstood the attack once again. Not dead yet? Jiangcheng did not expect Kang Xinmu's vitality to be so tenacious. He could feel that the black dragon was still devouring his flesh and blood essence, which made him even angrier. Trash, I'd like to see how long you can hold on. Jiangcheng was really angry. Most importantly, he knew that he could not delay any longer. He had to kill Kang Xinmu as soon as possible. Otherwise, there might be some accidents along the way. The next moment, lightning exploded. The light of purple lightning shone brightly in the Heaven Drive forest. The lightning scattered in all directions, burning the surrounding trees and plants to ashes. Countless flames sprang up, seemingly about to spread in all directions. Although he hadn't used his full strength, Jiang Cheng had already used more than 70% of his power. The power of thunder rumbled, reaching at least tens of kilometers away. With this move, Jiang Cheng was determined to kill Kong Xinmu. The black dragon that Kong Xinmu had transformed into was constantly devouring the flesh, blood, and life essence of the thunder-slaying true dragon. At this moment, when he suddenly encountered such a powerful attack, his vision darkened, and he almost lost consciousness. So powerful. This was the only thing that echoed in Jiang Xinwu's mind. He felt as if there was an endless amount of lightning energy drilling into his body at this moment, causing endless destruction to his black dragon body. There was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. Every part of his body had suffered terrifying damage. Even his internal organs, heart, blood vessels, and so on had suffered irreparable damage. The devouring power in the black dragon's body had also gradually weakened. This time, Kong Xinmu had truly suffered a fatal blow. Whether he could survive was a problem, let alone kill Jiang Cheng. Even if Jiang Cheng left just like that, the chances of him surviving were extremely slim. The difference between a mortal dragon and a true dragon was too great. Otherwise, when Kong Xinmu had obtained the inheritance blood essence of a mortal dragon, he wouldn't have been looked down upon by others. In fact, an ordinary mortal dragon was no match for a true dragon. Even if Kong Xinmu had obtained the inheritance of the black dragon and possessed the mysterious devouring power, there was no way to surpass the gap between a mortal dragon and a true dragon. Right now, the gap between a mortal dragon and a true dragon was still the smallest. In the future, when his cultivation base became stronger and he cultivated the dragon martial technique, the gap would only widen. Kong Xinmu was very clear about this, but he really didn't want to believe that he would continue to sink like this. Therefore, when he discovered that the black dragon's natural talent was the mysterious devouring power, he was extremely delighted. However, the devouring power could only grow by devouring dragon martial artists. He didn't have many opportunities to improve the size and grade of the black dragon. Now that he had encountered Jiang Cheng, he wanted to give it a try. However, he didn't expect the gap between them to be so huge that it couldn't be bridged. The devouring power couldn't allow Kong Xinmu to continue persevering. He could only maintain the devouring power to devour the remaining power of the Berserk Flower Tiger's demon core. He couldn't even guarantee his survival, not to mention that Jiang Cheng was eyeing him covetously. For the current Jiang Cheng, there was no way he would let Kong Xinmu go. After this fatal blow, Kong Xinmu completely lost the ability to resist and was at the mercy of others. Hehe, I thought you could hold on for a long time. That's all there is to it. Jiang Cheng finally heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed that Kong Xinmu's life force had fallen to rock bottom. He chuckled and returned to his human form. The purple lightning lit up the nearby forest, making Jiang Cheng's expression look even more ferocious and terrifying under the contrast of the flames. This fellow already had a ferocious look to begin with. Coupled with the current situation, it was even more terrifying. Kong Xinmu naturally couldn't say anything. He was struggling for his life now, so he naturally couldn't care less about what Jiang Cheng said. It wasn't that he didn't want to care, but he couldn't even if he wanted to. His entire body had been smashed by the purple lightning and was riddled with holes. The black dragon's body was completely charred, and even the devouring power in his body was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Even if Kong Xinmu wanted to hold on to his opponent and devour his flesh and life essence, it was impossible for him to do so. Am I going to die just like this? Kong Xinmu's heart was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do now. He didn't expect to be on the brink of death twice in such a short period of time. The first time was when he was saved by a strange girl from a monster. What about the second time? Kong Xinmu didn't deliberately think that someone would appear and save him at the critical moment. However, apart from someone appearing and saving him, there was no other way for him to survive. Stop. At this moment, a crisp and furious female voice suddenly sounded from the side. Immediately after, a familiar aura entered the scene. Jiang Yuaning. Chapter 3798. Jiang Yuaning did not expect to see such a scene when she returned to look for Kong Xinmu after killing the Earth Demon Flower Tiger and obtaining its demon core. Jiang Cheng, the only person in the South Mansion who had obtained the inheritance of the True Dragon, was attacking Kong Xinmu and trying to snatch the Earth Demon core from him. Seeing that the black dragon that Jiang Xinwu had transformed into was charred black and had almost lost all signs of life, the anger in Jiang Yuaning's heart rose to the point of almost exploding. Who would kill one of their own? There was no turning back in the current situation. Jiang Yuaning did not think about anything else when she saw the scene unfold before her. She turned into a dragon and charged at Jiang Cheng. The power of the moon condensed into a saber light and pierced through the sky. There was nothing much to say between her and Jiang Cheng. They did not know each other and now they were enemies. If she did not take action to hold Jiang Cheng back, Jiang Cheng could easily kill Jiang Xinwu. This was not a situation that Jiang Yuaning wanted to see. At the very least, she had to stop Jiang Cheng and let Kong Xinmu try to survive with his mysterious devouring power. After all, Jiang Yuaning had fought with Kong Xinmu for a period of time. She knew what kind of ability Kong Xinmu had. This was Kong Xinmu, who could turn the situation around when he was on the verge of death. It could be said that as long as Kong Xinmu was still breathing, there was a chance that he could survive. This was how Jiang Yuaning viewed Kong Xinmu. Therefore, she had to stop Jiang Cheng. At this moment, Jiang Cheng did not expect Jiang Yuaning to attack him. However, since Jiang Yuaning had made a move, he would not stand there and be beaten for nothing. Since you've seen it, you can go to hell with this kid. Jiang Cheng's expression turned extremely gloomy. A ruthless and bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes. It was obvious that he did not want to explain anything to Jiang Yuaning. The only thing he wanted to do was to kill Jiang Yuaning as well. This time, the Southern Manor had actually come to an agreement with the other manors. No matter what, they would have to compete with the people from the Grand Prince Manor if they saw them, so that the people from the Grand Prince Manor would be the last. Now, if Jiang Cheng were to kill Jiang Yuaning and Kong Xinmu at the same time and snatched the Earth Demon's demon core from them, how good would the results of the Grand Prince's mansion be? The huge body of the thunder-slaying True Dragon once again appeared in the dense forest. Its 300-meter-long body charged directly at the Moonlight Star Dragon. Both of them had inherited the True Dragon's blood essence, so their current strength should be about the same. However, the destructive power of the thunder-slaying True Dragon's purple thunderbolt was clearly stronger than the power of the moon. Jiang Yuaning's only advantage was to take advantage of the fact that Jiang Cheng had just consumed some of his strength to deal with Kong Xinmu. In addition, Jiang Yuaning attacked as soon as she appeared, so she had the upper hand. The power of the moon condensed into countless saber beams. Like a downpour, they rained down on the thunder-slaying True Dragon. The thunder-slaying True Dragon used its body to withstand the wave of moonlight saber beams, and then released 3 purple thunderbolts at the Moonlight Star Dragon. Jiang Cheng had used almost all his strength to deal with Jiang Yuaning. It didn't matter even if he was discovered. Anyway, even if it was brought to the Jiang clan, there would be people on Jiang Cheng's side. It was still uncertain who the higher-ups would deal with. Die, Thunder Slash. The 3 purple thunderbolts broke through the air towards the Moonlight Star Dragon. The sky full of moonlight saber beams also fell on the thunder-slaying True Dragon's body, cutting open a lot of the dragon's flesh. However, under the cover of the dazzling purple thunderbolts, the thunder-slaying True Dragon's injuries were almost invisible. The battle between the two experts, who had inherited the blood essence of a true dragon, filled the entire jungle with violent power, almost razing the entire scene to the ground. At this moment, Kang Xinmu was fully focused on devouring the earth demon's demon core of the violent flower tiger. When he heard Jiang Yuaning's familiar voice, he clearly knew that he had obtained a certain amount of time to catch his breath. However, there was still a slim chance that he could survive. This was because his internal organs had suffered too much damage. After being bombarded by the purple thunderbolts, they were all charred black, almost losing their vitality. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his firm willpower allowed him to maintain a trace of consciousness, preventing him from fainting. Under such circumstances, once he fainted, he would have no chance of waking up again. The devouring power continued to devour the power of the earth demon's demon core. Kang Xinmu absorbed this power and continuously used it to heal the internal organs of the black dragon. However, the effect was minimal. After all, the internal organs had almost been completely destroyed. How could it be that easy to recover? Fortunately, the violent flower tiger's demon core contained a lot of power of the earth. Until now, there was still half of the power left, so Kang Xinmu still had a chance to recover. During the gradual devouring process, although Kang Xinmu did not feel any improvement in his bloodline, the devouring power contained in his body seemed to be slowly improving. While he was seriously injured, Kang Xinmu continued to devour the power of the earth. It seemed to bring about some other special effects that made the devouring power even more powerful, and its power was slowly increasing. I wonder if the increase in the power of the devouring power is temporary or permanent. If it's permanent, then I can devour enough demon cores to strengthen the devouring power? Kang Xinmu thought to himself. Then, he carefully sensed and was disappointed to find that the increase in the power of the devouring power was indeed temporary. It was the same as when he devoured the flesh, blood, and life essence of other dragon martial artists. He could temporarily increase the power of the corresponding resistance. Devouring the power of the earth from the earth demon's demon core could strengthen the devouring power. Although it was not obvious now, if he devoured the demon core of a stronger earth demon, it might strengthen the devouring power by a lot. Now, Kang Xinmu could only struggle on the line between life and death. He could not even see the battle between Jiang Yuaning and Jiang Cheng. He could only listen to the violent sounds of the battle, which was hair-raising. Afraid of accidentally injuring Kang Xinmu, Jiang Yuaning deliberately led Jiang Cheng to the side after the battle began. The power of the moonlight and the power of the thunder continued to fight, raising all the giant trees and plants along the way to the ground. Gray smoke settled, and scorched earth was everywhere. After a short confrontation, both the Moonlight Star Dragon and the Thunder-Slaying True Dragon had some wounds on their bodies. On the surface, the Thunder-Slaying True Dragon seemed to be more seriously injured. Warm blood was flowing all over its body, sprinkling on the scorched earth. It looked very miserable. Chapter 3799. The battle between the Moonlight Star Dragon and the Thunder-Slaying True Dragon wasn't going well either. Jiang Yuaning's strength was not inferior to Jiang Cheng's, but there were some differences in the nature of their talents. At this stage, the Thunder-Slaying True Dragon had a greater advantage. The two sides fought for a long time, and the surrounding jungle was completely destroyed. The moonlight saber light scattered in all directions, cutting countless giant trees into pieces. Purple lightning wreaked havoc in all directions, turning the ground into scorched earth. The entire forest was in a mess. However, the Heaven Drive forest was just too big, and its range was extremely vast. Even though the battle here was so intense, it didn't attract anyone else. No one would have thought that Jiang Yuaning and Jiang Cheng were fighting here. Jiang Cheng, you've acted so recklessly today. If the seniors in the tribe find out, what punishment will you receive? Jiang Yuaning shouted as she fought. Jiang Yuaning, if I kill you today, who will know that I'm the one who killed you? Jiang Cheng laughed heartily. There's no one else nearby. No one will come here for at least a quarter of an hour. You want to kill me in 15 minutes? What a joke. Jiang Yuaning's pretty face darkened. She did not expect Jiang Cheng to be so crazy. Not only did he injure Kong Shinmu, but he also wanted to snatch the Earth Demon's demon core. He even wanted to kill her. Although Jiang Yuaning did not look down on Kong Shinmu, she knew that in the eyes of the elders of the Jiang clan, the status of the inheritor of the true dragon blood essence was much higher than that of the ordinary dragon blood essence. Just like the disappearance of Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo, if it were two true dragon inheritors, the Jiang clan would have long mobilized the entire clan to search for them, instead of just sending a small team to search for them. Therefore, killing Kong Shinmu and killing Jiang Yuaning were two completely different concepts. Even if Jiang Yuaning was killed, it would take a long time to dispose of the corpse. Otherwise, the Jiang clan would definitely be able to find clues and find Jiang Cheng. Furthermore, Jiang Yuaning was not a weakling. How could she be killed by Jiang Cheng just like that? Madman, die. Jiang Yuaning knew that it was useless to persuade Jiang Cheng, who seemed to have gone mad. The only thing she could do was to subdue him with force. The two 300-meter-long true dragons clashed once again. At this moment, there was a hint of viciousness in the eyes of the thunder-slaying true dragon that Jiang Cheng had transformed into. It was likely that he was about to carry out some sinister scheme. At this time, Kong Shinmu was still struggling on the line between life and death. However, as the devouring power strengthened, his condition gradually improved. The demon core of the violent flower tiger had helped him a lot. After the whole demon core was swallowed by the devouring power, Kong Shinmu felt that his whole body had recovered a little strength. The internal organs of the black dragon's body were mostly healed. At least his whole body could function normally. As for a more perfect recovery, Kong Shinmu could not do it now because there was no more power for him to devour. Absorbing the Earth Phase monster core was not a long-term solution. Not only did he need to submit the Earth Phase monster core to the Jiang clan as a point for the demon-slaying experience, but if he were to consume another Earth Phase monster core in such a short period of time, the effects would be greatly reduced. He maintained his 10-meter-long black mortal dragon form and gradually rose from the ground. The black dragon's body staggered and flew unsteadily, but he still flew firmly in the direction of the battle between Jiang Yuaning and Jiang Cheng. He was somewhat worried about Jiang Yuaning's safety. Since he had recovered his mobility, and his devouring power was temporarily stronger than before, he wanted to go forward and help. Soon, he arrived near the scene of the fierce battle between Jiang Yuaning and Jiang Cheng. He heard their conversation from afar. "How is it? That's it?" It was Jiang Yuaning's voice. There was a hint of disdain in her voice. Although she was panting, he could tell that Jiang Yuaning still had a considerable amount of combat power. "Heh. Heh. So you've won this time?" On the contrary, Jiang Cheng's voice was trembling and weak. He seemed to be panting. Hearing this, Kong Shinmu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the outcome had been decided? He returned to his human form and quietly walked forward. As expected, he saw that Jiang Cheng had also returned to his human form. His entire body was heavily injured by the moonlight sword light. He had fallen to the ground and seemed to be struggling. Jiang Yuaning, on the other hand, slowly walked toward Jiang Cheng with a slender figure. Her face was still filled with anger. "I won't kill you today. When we return, the tribe will naturally punish you. Killing a member of the same tribe, the punishment for this crime will not be light." As Jiang Yuaning walked forward, she wanted to completely subdue Jiang Cheng, tie him up and hand him over to the clan. However, at this moment, something strange happened. "Watch out!" Kong Shinmu saw everything clearly. He saw that Jiang Cheng had one hand hidden behind his back. He was gathering the power of the purple thunderbolt. Judging from the power, there was no sign of him being injured at all. Jiang Cheng was obviously pretending to be injured to trick Jiang Yuaning into letting her guard down so that he could capture her in one fell swoop. However, Kang Xinmu's shout came a step too late. Jiang Yuaning had just heard his shout and sensed that something was wrong. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Go to hell. Jiang Cheng's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. His body suddenly jumped up, and the purple thunder shock wave in his hand instantly exploded and landed on Jiang Yuaning's delicate body. Despicable. Jiang Yuaning clenched her teeth. At the crucial moment, she turned her body sideways. The purple thunderbolt landed on the side of her waist and she was electrocuted. She fell heavily on the scorched ground of the dense forest. Although she avoided being hit in the vital parts at the crucial moment and avoided death, she was seriously injured and lost the ability to fight for a while. It was also at this time that Jiang Xinwu flew over from behind, once again transforming into the body of a black dragon. As soon as he opened his mouth, a pair of dragon teeth imbued with devouring power pierced directly into Jiang Cheng's body. Jiang Cheng had no time to react. His body was pierced by the black dragon's dragon teeth. After all, it was the body of a black dragon against a human body. In addition, Jiang Cheng had indeed been hit by a lot of moonlight during the battle with Jiang Yuaning. His injuries were not light. The devouring power quickly surged into Jiang Cheng's body and began to devour the essence of his flesh and blood. You're courting death. Jiang Cheng roared and transformed into the thunder-slaying true dragon again. Unfortunately, the black dragon's dragon teeth were still pierced into his body and the devouring power continued to surge into his body. Today was Children's Day. In order to thank all the babies for supporting sky-swallowing memory in Frenzy, Frenzy used his own money to give everyone a small benefit by answering questions on WeChat. The details were as follows: 1. Follow Frenzy's WeChat, Feng Qingyang. Search for Feng Qingyang on WeChat or So Fengqingyang. 2. Tonight at 10:00 sharp, Frenzy will send a message with 5 questions. 3. The 5 questions are 5 200 yuan red packets. Open Alipay and find the red packet option on the home page. The answer to the question is the password for the red packet. Enter the answer to receive the red packet. The red packet is for those who are reading the book seriously. The questions are difficult. Attention! The passwords for the 5 red envelopes were the answers to the 5 questions. After everyone had guessed the answers, they could enter the answer in the Alipay red envelope. Remember, because the password had a word count requirement, when entering the password, you must add the word "answer is" before it. The question was about the new sky-swallowing memory. For example, who is the main character? Enter, answer is Wu Yu. Write, Wu Yu. Then the answer is invalid. This is very important. Everyone must remember to write answer is before the answer. Otherwise, even if the answer is correct, you will not be able to receive the red packet. Another example, where is the main character now? Enter the password, answer is the heaven-devouring evil residence. Enter only the heaven-devouring evil residence. Remember, remember. Chapter 3800. After devouring the entire Flower Tiger's demon core, Kang Xinmu's devouring power had increased a lot. At this moment, after devouring some of the thunder-slaying true dragon's flesh and life essence, his body quickly developed a layer of resistance to the power of thunder. This layer of resistance gradually covered Kang Xinmu's black dragon body, forming a faint layer of thunder armor. This situation made Kang Xinmu overjoyed. Although this faint layer of thunder armor was temporarily very weak and could barely withstand Jiang Cheng's thunder attack, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. If he continued to devour Jiang Cheng's flesh and life essence, this layer of thunder armor would definitely become stronger until the black dragon body that Kang Xinmu had transformed into could completely withstand the opponent's thunder attack. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's purple thunder attack swept over, like a purple storm, and rolled onto the black dragon's body. Once again, Jiang Shenwu felt a numbing sensation throughout his body. The incomparably tyrannical purple lightning caused his entire body to tremble. However, he clenched his teeth and continued to unleash his devouring power. He did not relax in the slightest. Blood, flesh, and life essence were ceaselessly absorbed into Jiang Shenwu's body, and then transformed into his own energy in lightning armor. In next to no time, that layer of lightning armor condensed once more, and it was even thicker and stronger than before. The wound on the thunder-slaying true dragon's body is really useful. Kang Xinmu could not help but sigh. It was precisely because of the wound on the thunder-slaying true dragon's body created by Jiang Yuaning's moonlight that he could devour the opponent's flesh and life essence so smoothly. When the opponent was wounded, the effect of Kang Xinmu's devouring power increased by at least 2 or 3 times. It was also because of this that Kang Xinmu could clench his teeth and withstand the purple thunder attack this time. He did not suffer too much damage and recovered quickly. If Jiang Cheng only had this little ability, it could be said that after being injured by Jiang Yuaning's moonlight, he would have no chance of winning against Kang Xinmu again. Devour. Kang Xinmu finally found the feeling of smoothly devouring. The enhancement of his devouring power and the scars on the thunder-slaying true dragon's body had become an important prerequisite for him to win this battle. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng was in a terrible state. In the previous battle with Jiang Yuaning, he had suffered many external injuries and blood was still flowing out of his wounds. Now, it was convenient for Kang Xinmu's devouring power to continuously devour the flesh and blood, gathering it into his own power. As the Thunder Slayer True Dragon lost its life essence, the lightning power it could release would also weaken. Trash, die for me! Jiang Cheng roared, and the purple lightning around his body flashed again. This time, it was much stronger than the previous attack. If it had been the Jiang Cheng at the beginning, he would have lost his life directly without any chance to fight back. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng had now formed a layer of lightning armor. This layer of lightning armor was formed by absorbing the lightning power in Jiang Cheng's body. At the same time, the black dragon's resistance to the purple lightning had also increased to a very high level. When the opponent's purple lightning flashed and the terrifying power landed on the black dragon's body, the layer of lightning armor was shattered in the blink of an eye. However, the layer of lightning armor had also weakened the power of the opponent's attack by nearly half. In this way, the black dragon body that Kang Xinmu had transformed into could withstand the opponent's attack. In fact, he was even less injured than the previous time and was almost not affected at all. Jiang Yuaning stood up with difficulty in the distance. She held on to a huge tree that had been charred by the lightning and looked at the place where the two dragons were fighting from afar. She was seriously injured by Jiang Cheng just now and could not even see the current situation of the battle clearly. Kang Xinmu? Jiang Yuaning could not help but worry as she watched the 300-feet-long purple thunderbolt dragon constantly suppressing the 100-feet-long black dragon. As she felt the lightning energy continuously wreaking havoc in the arena, she became even more worried for Jiang Shenwu. However, after being caught off guard by Jiang Cheng, she had already completely lost the ability to fight. Even standing up took all the strength in her body. In Jiang Yuaning's opinion, how could Kang Xinmu be a match for Jiang Cheng? She struggled to step forward to help, but right now, she could not even transform into a dragon. All the strength in her body had been drained, and her body had been severely injured by the purple lightning. She had only taken one step forward when she staggered and almost fell. Of course, she did not expect that in the battle between Kang Xinmu and Jiang Cheng, Kang Xinmu actually had a slight advantage, and this advantage was constantly expanding. What? Jiang Cheng did not expect that his all-out attack could not kill Kang Xinmu. Although his strength was not at its peak as he was injured during the battle with Jiang Yuaning, Kang Xinmu was clearly an ordinary dragon. How could an ordinary dragon withstand his all-out attack? Jiangqing did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the body of the black dragon that was biting him was gradually growing. This made Jiangqing feel even more uncanny. In fact, Jiangqing's feeling was not an illusion. The body of the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into was indeed growing while devouring the flesh and life essence of his opponent. It was just like when he devoured the two ordinary dragons, Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo. However, the dragon that Kang Xinmu had devoured now was Jiangqing, a real dragon. The inherited blood essence of a real dragon was a great supplement to Kang Xinmu. Almost every moment, Kang Xinmu could feel his body expanding and stretching. His entire body of a divine dragon was clearly growing. In just a moment, the original 30 feet ordinary dragon had grown to nearly 30 feet. This speed made Kang Xinmu more and more excited. Jiangqing, you asked for it. You gave me such a great opportunity to improve. Without any hesitation, Kang Xinmu continued to exert his devouring power. His dragon teeth pierced deep into the body of the thunder dragon that Jiangqing had transformed into and devoured the flesh and life essence of his opponent. The thunder armor that was devoured formed again on the surface of the black dragon. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Jiangqing kept bursting out purple lightning, trying to kill Kang Xinmu. However, the thunder armor on the black dragon's body was constantly being destroyed and reformed. In addition, the black dragon's resistance to the purple lightning power had increased too much. The current Jiangqing was simply no match for Jiang Xinwu. Furthermore, as the Thunder Slayer True Dragon was constantly being devoured, its own purple thunderbolt power was also constantly being weakened. One's loss, one's gain, one's loss. This was Kang Xinmu's way of winning. As long as he could not be killed immediately, he would be able to obtain the final victory. In order to better communicate with the readers, Frenzied decided to open up his private QQ. He allowed anyone to add it. However, because Frenzied spent most of his time writing, he might not be able to reply to everyone's private chat questions. If you have time, please pay attention to Frenzied's usual posts or contact him if there is something important. If there is no reply, please do not be offended. Chapter 3801. Jiangqing and Kang Xinmu transformed into their respective divine dragon forms, biting each other. Purple lightning constantly exploded, but unfortunately, it was no longer able to harm Kang Xinmu. The black dragon's body constantly formed lightning armor, which was then destroyed by the purple lightning. Gradually, the lightning armor became more and more impregnable. No matter how Jiangqing urged the purple lightning, he was unable to break the lightning armor. As Kang Xinmu continued to devour the flesh, blood, and life essence of the thunder-slaying true dragon, the lightning armor he could condense became stronger and stronger. At the same time, his black dragon body's resistance to the purple lightning also became stronger. Until now, Jiangqing was no longer Kang Xinmu's match. The aura of the thunder-slaying true dragon grew weaker and weaker, while the black dragon that Jiang Xinwu had transformed into became more and more valiant as the battle progressed. Even its body continued to grow, growing from its initial length of 10 feet to its current length of 13 feet. Jiangqing clearly felt that something was amiss. He wanted to fly up and escape, but unfortunately, the thunder-slaying true dragon's strength had been almost completely devoured. Furthermore, the black dragon was tightly biting his body, not giving the thunder-slaying true dragon any chance to escape. Kang Xinmu, Kang Xinmu. Jiangqing clenched his teeth and roared, "Do you really want to kill me? Once you do such a thing, the Jiang clan will definitely not tolerate you." These words were of no threat to Kang Xinmu. As you said, if I kill you and devour you, who will know that I did it? In the end, they will all think that you were killed by the earth demon. As Kang Xinmu spoke fiercely, the devouring power surged out even more fiercely. The current him was in a very good state. It was the complete opposite of the other dragon warriors. Most people would become weaker the more they fought, but he became stronger and braver. As the devouring power devoured his opponent's flesh, blood, and essence, his condition became better and better. When Jiangqing first made his move, he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning took turns to fight against him. He was confident that he would win, but he did not expect Kang Xinmu's devouring power to be so powerful. Not only could it devour his Thunderslayer True Dragon, but it could also strengthen the Black Dragon itself and increase its resistance to the purple lightning. In his panic, Jiangqing could feel that the Black Dragon coiling around his body had grown a little larger. However, he was dizzy and he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. He only knew that if this went on, he might really die here. He had just obtained the True Dragon's blood essence, just become a dragon warrior, just stepped into the Dragon Ascension realm. How could Jiangqing be willing to die like this? The struggle before death was often the most terrifying. Jiang Shenwu sensed that at this moment, the body of the thunder-slaying True Dragon that he was biting down on seemed to have gone berserk. A terrifying force actually carried the body of the Black Dragon and slowly flew up into the sky. The thunder-slaying True Dragon began to rise into the sky with difficulty. This situation made Kang Xinmu realize that the other party was going to fight with all his might. Jiang Cheng's plan was to bring him up into the sky. In that case, the other dragon warriors around would be able to see the situation and come over to help. Anyway, if others saw this, his life would be spared. Even if he exposed the fact that he had taken the initiative to attack Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning, what awaited him was at most some punishment. To him, it was better than dying in the hands of Kang Xinmu. Of course, Kang Xinmu didn't want the other party to escape from his mouth. It wasn't easy for a fellow to court death in front of Kang Xinmu. Of course, he wouldn't let him off so easily. This was an excellent opportunity for Kang Xinmu to improve his divine dragon grade. Get down here. The black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into swung its tail and directly wrapped around a huge mountain peak. The two divine dragons' flight was immediately halted. There was a loud explosion. In a fit of rage, the thunder-slaying True Dragon released a purple thunderbolt that directly blasted the huge mountain peak, smashing it into pieces. Kang Xinmu's focus was suddenly gone. The thunder-slaying True Dragon continued to fly up into the sky with the black dragon. The surrounding dense forest was hundreds of feet high. However, at this speed, the bodies of the two divine dragons would be exposed in the sky in less than 15 minutes. Without the cover of the dense forest, the dragon warriors within 1,000 miles would be able to see their battle. At that time, if Kang Xinmu still wanted to kill Jiangqing, he would face endless resistance and it would be almost impossible for him to do so. Devour, devour. The devouring power in Kang Xinmu's body surged and even covered the entire huge thunder-slaying True Dragon. The thunder-slaying True Dragon's body was covered with wounds from Jiang Yuaning's moonlight saber gleam. Now, it was even more convenient for Kang Xinmu's devouring power. The thunder-slaying True Dragon's body was covered by the devouring power. Its flesh, blood, and life essence were constantly being drained. With only its last thought, it continued to fly up into the sky. After all, it was a 30 feet long True Dragon. The physical strength of the thunder-slaying True Dragon was several times stronger than that of the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. Under such circumstances, the black dragon simply couldn't stop the thunder-slaying True Dragon from flying up. Jiang Yuaning had just been seriously injured and could barely stand, let alone come forward to help. It was impossible for her to help. The only thing she could do now was to pray for Kang Xinmu and pray that Kang Xinmu could defeat his opponent. Right now, she still didn't know that Kang Xinmu had already gained the upper hand in the battle, so she was completely worried. Roar! The thunder-slaying True Dragon roared with all its might, trying to make its roar spread further to attract others. As for Kang Xinmu, he was doing his best to devour its flesh, blood, and life essence. He had an unparalleled obsession in his heart. He must kill this guy. If he didn't kill him now, there would be no end to his troubles. Kang Xinmu knew that the crime of Jiang Cheng taking the initiative to attack him was definitely not enough for the Jiang clan to sentence him to death. Therefore, to kill Jiang Cheng and eliminate any future troubles, Kang Xinmu could only do it himself. Now that there was a chance, he had to seize it. The thunder-slaying true dragon's flesh, blood, and life essence were constantly devoured by Kang Xinmu, allowing him to recover all his strength. He was full of energy, and his body was constantly growing. Under his vigorous devouring, the thunder-slaying true dragon became weaker and weaker, and its speed of ascending became slower and slower. When it rose to a height of 30 feet, the thunder-slaying true dragon's entire body finally became powerless, and it almost stopped moving. Once the thunder-slaying true dragon lost its strength, it would never be able to fly again. Chapter 3802. A true dragon and a mortal dragon fell to the ground of the forest almost at the same time, creating a large pit in the charred ground. Jiang Cheng was completely exhausted. There was no way he could turn the situation around. He couldn't even fly. Jiang Cheng was in the same state as Kang Xinmu. He had no ability to resist and was on the verge of death. If no one came to save him, he would definitely die. After all, Jiang Cheng wasn't like Kang Xinmu, who had devouring power to heal himself. He did have a few earth demon cores with him, but he couldn't absorb the power within them. Most importantly, Jiang Cheng had already confirmed that there was no one else nearby in order to kill Kang Xinmu on his own. Now that he was about to be killed by Kang Xinmu, there was no chance that anyone else would come across him. There were no other dragon martial artists in the direction that Jiang Cheng came from. On the other side, there was no one else in the direction where Jiang Yuaning was hunting the violent flower tiger. In other words, Jiang City had fallen into a situation of certain death. Under such circumstances, Jiang Cheng had lost his original dominance. The arrogance that he had when he first appeared in front of Kang Xinmu was long gone. The thunder-slaying true dragon that Jiang Cheng had transformed into was already riddled with wounds. Not only were there countless wounds on the surface from the moonlight saber gleam, but almost half of the flesh and life essence in his body had been devoured by Kang Xinmu. Because of this, he was so weak that he had to use up all his strength just to breathe. Kang Xinmu? Kang Xinmu? Stop it. What happened today? Jiang Cheng was in the wrong? The fear of death emerged in Jiang Cheng's chest, causing him to beg for mercy. Begging for mercy was something he had never imagined would happen to him. Moreover, he was begging for mercy from Kang Xinmu. But now, Jiang Cheng had no other choice. If he didn't beg for mercy, he would die. So, he was more willing to beg for mercy. Although there was little hope that Kang Xinmu would let him go, he did not want to give up the hope of living. For people like Jiang Cheng, he would do anything if he could survive, not to mention begging for mercy. Unfortunately, at a time like this, how could Kang Xinmu let Jiang Cheng live? Jiang Cheng had already seen the devouring power. Just for this secret, Kang Xinmu had to kill him. Otherwise, Kang Xinmu would die. Because Jiang Cheng was currently enveloped in the fear of death, he didn't have time to think. Once he let him go, he would definitely know why Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo disappeared. Kang Xinmu had such a strong devouring power. It was very likely that they were devoured by Kang Xinmu. This possibility didn't need to be proven. As long as Jiang Cheng thought of it, it would be Kang Xinmu's death. After this, if Jiang Cheng survived, he would definitely try his best to kill Kang Xinmu. Then, after he guessed this possibility, he would report it to the Jiang tribal clan. That would be the best chance to eradicate Kang Xinmu. So, Kang Xinmu couldn't give his opponent such a chance to threaten his life. So, Jiang Cheng had to die. Where's the arrogance you had when you wanted to kill me? Kang Xinmu snorted coldly. The black dragon's tooth, which was at its peak, pierced deeply into the thunder-slaying true dragon's body. The thick devouring power surrounded the entire thunder-slaying true dragon, constantly devouring its remaining flesh and blood essence, replenishing the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. Letting Jiang Cheng go was absolutely impossible. No matter what, Kang Xinmu wanted to kill Jiang Cheng today. No matter how he considered it, it was a must. Moreover, Jiang Yuaning had been seriously injured by Jiang Cheng's sneak attack. If he let Jiang Cheng go, Kang Xinmu wouldn't be able to feel at ease. The devouring power erupted even more violently. The pitch-black devouring power drowned the entire thunder-slaying true dragon. Jiang Cheng constantly begged for mercy, constantly called for help, and constantly struggled. But as time passed, his begging for mercy became softer and softer, until there was no sound at all. At this time, Kang Xinmu had almost devoured the entire thunder-slaying true dragon. The flesh and blood essence all surged into Kang Xinmu's body, and was completely absorbed by the black dragon's body. At this moment, the black dragon's body was already 150 feet long. Compared to the initial 80 feet ordinary dragon, it had nearly doubled in length. And from the beginning to the end, he had devoured the divine dragon bodies of Jiang Xinyu, Jiang Luo, and Jiang Cheng. According to this situation, he only needed to devour 3 more true dragon's inheritance dragon warriors to step into the realm of a true dragon. However, 3 true dragons was undoubtedly extremely difficult for Kang Xinmu. In the Jiang tribal clan, every true dragon's inheritor was treated as a treasure. How could they be easily devoured by him? Ignoring everything else, just devouring Jiang Cheng would cause great trouble if he did not handle the aftermath well. It might even bring about a fatal disaster. Anyway, in a short period of time, it was impossible for Kang Xinmu to find another true dragon's inheritance dragon warrior to devour. Jiang Yuaning watched from the side as the 2 divine dragons fought and fell from the sky. Jiang Cheng was actually begging for mercy, which shocked her. She could not see the situation clearly, but thinking about it, she felt gratified that Kang Xinmu had the upper hand. Gradually, as Jiang Cheng's begging voice became softer, Jiang Yuaning's heart sank. She knew that Jiang Cheng was probably going to be killed by Kang Xinmu. In fact, Jiang Yuaning also felt that Kang Xinmu had to kill Jiang Cheng. Because of this, she did not say anything to stop him. However, after Jiang Cheng was killed, trouble would follow, and it would definitely be great trouble. Ignoring everything else, how should they deal with the corpse? On Jiang Cheng's thunder-slaying true dragon's body, there were scars from her moonlight saber beam and Kang Xinmu's devouring power aura. After resting for a period of time, Jiang Yuaning gradually recovered some of her strength. Although her injuries had not recovered, she could already move. She gradually walked in the direction where Kang Xinmu was devouring the thunder-slaying true dragon. Soon, she saw the situation clearly. Her pupils suddenly contracted. The scene that appeared in front of her was a black dragon entrenched, and the thunder-slaying true dragon was only left with its skeleton. It was tightly entangled by the black dragon, and the dark devouring power lingered in all directions, emitting a terrifying aura. Gone? Only the skeleton was left? No, not even the skeleton was left. Chapter 3803. The divine dragon's bone was the hardest part of the divine dragon's body. Legend has it that in some divine dragon tombs, after thousands of years, the flesh would have long decayed, but the divine dragon's bone would not deteriorate, and could survive for tens of thousands of years. For Kang Xinmu, the difficulty of devouring the divine dragon's bone was much higher than devouring its flesh and blood essence. But correspondingly, if he succeeded, Kang Xinmu's harvest would be much greater. Devouring the divine dragon's flesh and blood essence could only increase the size of Kang Shinmu's black dragon transformation. It could increase his brute force, but it was of no help to the black dragon's evolution. Only by devouring other divine dragon's bone could the black dragon's grade be increased, and complete the transformation from a mortal dragon to a true dragon. Of course, this required Kang Shinmu to devour enough divine dragon's bone. True transformation was not easy to achieve. And objectively speaking, Kang Shinmu did not want to become a true dragon so soon. To be honest, just the fact that the black dragon's body had grown to 150 feet was enough to worry him. This meant that he could not transform into a dragon in front of the majority of the Jiang clan. Otherwise, they would be able to sense something. After all, he had obtained the blood essence, which allowed him to become an 80-foot mortal dragon. How could he suddenly become a 150-foot mortal dragon? In addition, Jiang Xinyu, Jiang Luo, and Jiang Cheng were dead. Once someone linked the two together, Kang Shinmu's situation would not be good. In any case, the first thing Jiang Shinwu had to do now was to devour all the bones of the thunder-slaying true dragon. Not only did he want to evolve his grade, but he also wanted to destroy all the evidence of the battle. As long as Jiang Cheng did not leave a single trace, then no one would know of the battle. As for Jiang Yuaning's injuries, it could be attributed to an earth fey beast that had mastered the power of thunder. It had nothing to do with Jiang Cheng. If they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Cheng's body, then Jiang Cheng, like Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo, would be deemed missing by the Jiang clan. Of course, even if that was the case, Kang Shinmu would have to be more careful in the future. After all, 3 juniors who had just turned into dragons had disappeared in such a short period of time. This was not a small matter. Moreover, Jiang Cheng was a genius who had inherited the essence blood of a true dragon. With Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo missing, the Jiang clan only sent a small team to search for them. But once Jiang Cheng disappeared, the Jiang tribe would definitely send many experts to investigate. Although there was no result in the end, if something like this were to happen again in the future, Kang Shinmu would give himself away more and more. No matter what, the fact that he could devour a divine dragon must not be known to others. This made Kang Shinmu feel conflicted because Jiang Yuaning clearly knew the characteristics of his devouring power. If Jiang Yuaning reported this matter to the Jiang clan, Kang Shinmu's situation would be very bad. Even if he wanted to escape from the Jiang clan, he would have to consider his mother, Gu Yuero. If Kang Shinmu were to escape, the one who would suffer would undoubtedly be Gu Yuero. Kang Shinmu would never let such a thing happen. Jiang Shinwu's black dragon form tightly wrapped around the Thunder Slayer True Dragon's incomplete dragon skeleton, completely submerging it with his devouring power. If it weren't for the occasional purple thunder dragon skeleton, Jiang Yuaning, who was nearby, wouldn't have been able to tell that this was the Thunder Slayer True Dragon. She really did not expect that Kang Shinmu could kill Jiang Cheng, and in such a cruel manner. But when she thought of the scene she saw when she first arrived, Kang Shinmu had been bombarded by the purple thunder power, and his body was charred black in the dense forest, she knew that Jiang Cheng deserved to die. Everything was caused by Jiang Cheng himself. If Jiang Cheng had not taken the initiative to attack Kang Shinmu, and wanted to bully the weak, how could he have suffered such a fate? After all, Jiang Yuaning was standing on Kang Shinmu's side. If it were anyone else, their view would be completely different. But now, Jiang Yuaning was seriously injured, so she could only speak softly. Of course, she could not run to Kang Shinmu's side and tell him her thoughts. She could only wait by the side, hoping that Kang Shinmu would finish quickly. After all, if this matter was discovered, the consequences would be dire. Even if they were in the right, others would not listen to them. All they saw was Kang Shinmu devouring Jiang Cheng, completely devouring him. In the Jiang clan, this was definitely a heinous crime. Devouring the Thunder Dragon's bones was indeed difficult. At least, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. But, no matter what, Kang Xinmu had to finish it as soon as possible. During the devouring process, Kang Xinmu discovered that Jiangcheng originally had 4 earth fey cores from 4 different fey beasts, which contained a very strong power of the earth. This made up for the loss of devouring the berserk flower tiger's fey core, and he even earned quite a bit. Among the 4 fey cores on Jiangcheng's body, there were 2 second-layer earth fey cores and 2 third-layer earth fey cores, adding up to a total of 10 points. This could be regarded as a great help in this demon-slaying experience. After all, it was the harvest of a true dragon's inheritor in nearly a day. Moreover, it was something that only a dragon warrior with a powerful attack like the Thunder Slayer True Dragon could achieve. Jiang Yuaning, for example, could not do this. Jiang Yuaning's innate power of the divine dragon was not as strong as Jiangcheng's. It could be said that Jiang Yuaning's power could easily injure people, but not easily kill them. Jiangcheng's purple thunderbolt power was the opposite. It was extremely easy to produce a fatal effect, and its strong penetrative power was enough to directly bombard the enemy's internal organs. The Thunder Dragon's bones were gradually devoured by Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu could feel that the essence of the thunder-slaying true dragon's inheritance blood essence was all devoured into his body, and then integrated into his black dragon's inheritance bloodline, constantly improving the bloodline's grade. His devouring power was also constantly strengthened by Kang Xinmu's devouring. This was a permanent strengthening, unlike the temporary strengthening when he devoured the Earth Phase Fey core. If he completely devoured the thunder-slaying true dragon's dragon bones, Kang Xinmu felt that his devouring power would double. If his black dragon's inheritance blood essence was upgraded to the level of a true dragon, the strength of his devouring power would definitely increase by 4 or 5 times. In that case, if Kang Xinmu encountered an opponent at Jiangcheng's level again, he would definitely not be as miserable as he was this time. At least he would not be seriously injured and on the verge of death by the other party's electrocution. Jiang Yuaning was waiting at the side. After a while, she suddenly sensed some movement in the distance, and her heart skipped a beat. Although she was still seriously injured, she still staggered quickly towards the source of the movement. In her heart, she thought that if any dragon warrior came nearby, she must not let them see the scene of Kang Xinmu devouring the dragon bones. Chapter 3804. When Jiang Yuaning arrived in the direction of the commotion, she discovered that it was not a dragon martial artist, but 2 demonic beasts that were eyeing Kang Xinmu. Jiang Yuaning heaved a sigh of relief at the situation, but at the same time, she became nervous. Jiang Yuaning was not in a good state and had no fighting strength, while Kang Xinmu was devouring the thunder-slaying true dragon bone. If he was ambushed, it would be hard to predict what would happen to him. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yuaning discovered that the 2 demonic beasts were earth demons of the first realm. Although they were not strong, they were almost invincible to Jiang Yuaning and Kang Xinmu. The 2 white-patterned grey wolf earth demons crept closer and observed the situation. If Jiang Yuaning had not been fully alert to the surroundings, she would not have noticed the 2 white-patterned grey wolves. On the other hand, Jiang Yuaning did not let the 2 white-patterned grey wolves discover her. After all, Jiang Yuaning was prepared. She could approach quietly and conceal her movements. What should I do? What should I do? Jiang Yuaning's heart raced. Kang Xinmu would need at least 15 minutes to devour the entire divine dragon bone. If the 2 white-patterned grey wolves attacked Kang Xinmu in that time, could Kang Xinmu fend them off? Jiang Yuaning did not know that Kang Xinmu had completely recovered to his peak state. She thought that Jiang Xinmu had just gone through a battle of life and death and was exhausted. However, the devouring power had shrouded the entire area in darkness, so Jiang Yuaning couldn't see clearly what was going on. Because of this, the 2 white-patterned grey wolf earth demons watched nervously from afar, not daring to make a move. Although it was the best time to take advantage of the battle, the white-patterned grey wolf earth demons were quite cunning. Before confirming that Kang Xinmu had lost most of his fighting strength, they would not dare to make a move. After all, these two white-patterned grey wolves were only at the first layer of the earth demon realm. Their direct combat abilities were actually relatively weak. The commotion caused by Jiang Shenwu and Jiang Cheng's confrontation was completely sensed by these two white-patterned grey wolves. That kind of power was definitely not something that the two first-layer earth demons could fight against. Therefore, it was normal for them to be cautious. Jiang Yuaning was on guard at the side. If the two wolves wanted to attack Kang Xinmu, she would immediately help Kang Xinmu stop them. Although Jiang Yuaning was extremely weak now, she did not want to see Kang Xinmu being killed by these two beasts. No matter what, she would be able to hold off Kang Xinmu for a while. Time passed bit by bit. Kang Xinmu continued to devour the thunder-slaying true dragon's bone. He felt the devouring power in his body growing stronger and stronger. The grade of the black dragon was also slowly increasing. If he appeared in front of others in his dragon form, most people would be able to tell that the black dragon he had transformed into was slightly different from before. However, even if they looked closely, they would not be able to tell what the difference was. An ordinary dragon was still an ordinary dragon. At most, the length of the dragon had grown to 150 feet. As for the slight increase in grade, others would not be able to tell. Jiang Yuaning could not tell either. The pitch-black devouring power covered the entire thunder-slaying true dragon's bone and continued to devour it. Although it was difficult, it was gradually devouring it. It turned into pure energy and flowed into the body of the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. Because of devouring the violent flower tiger earth demon, Kang Xinmu's devouring power was strengthened in a short period of time. The devouring power was much stronger than usual. Therefore, the devouring speed was much faster than when he devoured the bones of Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo. Moreover, when devouring the thunder-slaying true dragon's bone, the devouring power was constantly increasing. The speed of devouring was getting faster and faster. The thunder-slaying true dragon's bone was rapidly being engulfed by the pitch-black devouring power. It was only a little bit away from being completely devoured. At this time, Kang Xinmu suddenly sensed that something was pouncing towards him. He was shocked and quickly turned his attention to the outside world. He found that it was two white-striped grey wolves at the first earth demon realm. They were pouncing towards him in two different directions. A familiar figure jumped out from one direction and stopped one of the white-striped grey wolves. That figure was Jiang Yuaning. However, Jiang Yuaning was staggering when she walked. How could she deal with a white-striped grey wolf earth demon? Jiang Yuaning, get out of the way. I'll be fine. Kang Xinmu immediately shouted. Without hesitation, he gave up the last bit of the thunder-slaying true dragon's bone and flew up to Jiang Yuaning's side. The white-patterned grey wolf that was initially held back by Jiang Yuaning wanted to bite the weakened Jiang Yuaning to death first. However, it suddenly felt the tyrannical aura of the black dragon descending from the sky, and its entire body suddenly became weak. The white-striped grey wolf quickly retreated without any hesitation. When the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into flew up, his aura made the white-striped grey wolf tremble with fear. The two earth demons immediately judged that they were no match for the dragon warrior in front of them. Therefore, they turned around and ran without hesitation. Kang Xinmu had wanted to chase them. After all, he could easily kill such prey and obtain 2 points. Why not? However, he did not chase them in the end. Instead, he allowed the two white-striped grey wolves to escape. This was because Jiang Yuaning had taken a wrong step and almost fell. She was already at her limit. She did not have a devouring power like Kang Xinmu. Once she was injured, it would be extremely difficult for her to recover. Moreover, her injuries were caused by the purple thunderbolts of Jiang City. They were all internal injuries. Even with the best elixirs, she would need to rest for a period of time and might not be able to fully recover. This made Kang Xinmu anxious. If Jiang Yuaning really could not get up, then the results of the Grand Prince Palace's demon-slaying experience would be worrisome. Even without Jiang City, the South Prefecture was no longer a concern. Even so, the Grand Prince Palace could only rank 3rd or 4th. It was impossible for them to obtain a better chance to cultivate the dragon martial skill. Kang Xinmu would not admit defeat. At this moment, he held the weak Jiang Yuaning in his arms. Without hesitation, he activated his devouring power and enveloped Jiang Yuaning. He then took out a monster core of a second heaven-earth demon and transferred the devouring power to Jiang Yuaning. Chapter 3805. The two white-patterned grey wolves fled, but Kang Xinmu did not chase after them. Instead, he stayed behind and held Jiang Yuaning's frail body in his arms. Then, the pitch-black devouring power continuously surged into one of the earth demon's demon cores. After the devouring power devoured the power of the earth in the monster core, it refined it into pure energy and transferred it to Jiang Yuaning's body in his arms. This pure energy began to rapidly replenish Jiang Yuaning's exhausted physical strength and began to heal her internal organs. Fortunately, I can really use this method to heal her injuries. Kang Xinmu discovered this and admired the devouring power even more. He even had a vague feeling that if this continued to devour and develop, this black ordinary dragon's blood essence would be even more powerful than the sky dragon's blood essence. Of course, this required him to put in long-term and sustained effort. Once he relaxed, it was very likely that he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Soon, Kang Xinmu discovered that although he could use the devouring power to devour the earth demon's demon cores to heal Jiang Yuaning's injuries, the efficiency of healing other people's injuries was nearly halved compared to absorbing the earth demon's demon cores to heal himself. If Kang Xinmu needed one earth demon's demon core to heal himself when he was seriously injured, then he would need 2 earth demon's demon cores to heal others. This was related to the problem of energy conversion and had little to do with Kang Xinmu's own ability. Therefore, if he wanted to heal others, he would have to pay twice the price of healing himself. Even so, he could not leave Jiang Yuaning alone. Not to mention paying twice the price, even if he had to pay 3 or 10 times the price, he had to heal Jiang Yuaning. Kang Xinmu carried her and checked her internal injuries. He discovered that if he wanted to heal all her injuries, he would not need as many as 2 Earth Demon's demon cores. 1 Earth Demon's demon core at the 3rd level was enough. Anyway, this time Kang Xinmu had obtained a lot of Earth Demon's demon cores from Jiangcheng, so there was no need to save them. If Jiang Yuaning fully recovered, she would join forces with Kang Xinmu to continue hunting earth demons. In any case, it would be too tiring for Kang Xinmu to be alone in the Sky Exorcist jungle. Moreover, hunting earth demons would not be efficient. Although Jiang Xinwu's strength had increased a lot compared to before, he was still slightly inferior to Jiangcheng and Jiang Yuaning, who were the inheritors of the true dragon. By cooperating with Jiang Yuaning, the two of them would be able to obtain at least dozens of earth demon cores of different grades in the next 2 days. If Jiang Xinwu was alone, he would be thankful if he could obtain 10 earth demon cores. 2 people moving together was always faster than 1 person moving together. As time passed, the energy in the earth demon's demon core was constantly devoured by Kang Xinmu and turned into pure energy that surged into Jiang Yuaning's body to heal her serious injuries. At this moment, Jiang Yuaning was extremely surprised by Kang Xinmu's methods. She could clearly feel that her internal injuries were constantly improving, and the energy that she had consumed was also rapidly replenishing. This made her extremely shocked. She really did not expect Kang Xinmu to have such a powerful ability. Although Kang Xinmu had only inherited the essence and blood of an ordinary dragon, it seemed that this black dragon was not an ordinary dragon. Other ordinary dragons' demons inheritors did not have such powerful combat strength like Kong Shinmu, nor did they have such amazing methods of healing others. Everything indicated that the inheritance that Kong Shinmu had obtained was extraordinary. At this time, Jiang Yuaning did not have time to be surprised. In the Drive Sky Forest, where danger lurked everywhere, Jiang Yuaning knew that the most important thing now was to recover to her peak condition. Otherwise, she would easily encounter danger again. Therefore, when Kong Shinmu healed her injuries, she also wholeheartedly cultivated her body and mind, relaxing her mind, and strived to recover to her peak condition during this period of time. This was the only way that their next operation would be more successful. After witnessing Kong Shinmu's ability, Jiang Yuaning was even more confident about this demon-slaying experience. Originally, her target was only second or third place, but now, she really could make a dash for first place. This was because Kong Shinmu's recovery ability was too convenient for him to fight in the Drive Sky Forest. Even if she had obtained the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon's inheritance, she would not be able to fight continuously in the Drive Sky Forest. She would probably need to rest at night. However, Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning did not necessarily need to rest. If they were tired, the two could rely on their devouring power to absorb a bit of pure energy and continue fighting. Although they would use up 1 or 2 Earth Fey cores to recover their energy, if they continued fighting for the entire night, they should be able to kill more than 2 Earth Fey, right? Simply put, if Jiang Shenwu and Jiang Yuaning worked together, as long as their hunting speed was high enough, then they really could surpass the northern residents where Jiang Liuxue was. Of course, this required them to put in their best efforts, and ultimately, success depended on luck. After all, Jiang Liuxue, who had obtained the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon's inheritance, was extremely powerful. The speed at which she hunted Fey beasts was faster than Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning combined. After about an hour, Jiang Yuaning felt that her mental state had recovered to its peak, and there were not many injuries left on her body. During the battle with Jiang Cheng, she had suffered serious injuries from Jiang Cheng's sneak attack, but she had completely recovered in such a short period of time. This was simply unbelievable. Even if the Jiang tribal clan's rescue team came and gave her some excellent healing elixirs, they would not be able to achieve such an efficiency. And all of this was because of Kong Shinmu. Kong Shinmu's devouring power was too powerful. The power from devouring the Earth Fey core could be used to heal himself, and even others. How do you feel now? Kong Shinmu asked after he finished absorbing the Earth Fey core and felt that Jiang Yuaning's condition was much better. When Jiang Yuaning heard his question, she suddenly realized that she was in his arms. She could not help but blush and quickly took 2 steps back. She tidied her long hair and sleeves, pretending that nothing had happened, and said, "Your ability is really powerful. My internal injuries are basically healed. Let's not delay any further. Let's set off quickly. The sun is about to set. Yes, we need to hunt as many Fey beasts as possible." Kong Shinmu nodded and looked around. For the time being, there were no other Fey beasts nearby. As for the 2 white-patterned gray wolves, they had long run away. Since they were sure that they were no match for them, Fey beasts like the white-patterned gray wolves would not stay far away. They would quickly leave in search of other prey. Chapter 3806. The demon-slaying training required the young geniuses of the Jiang clan to survive for 3 days and 3 nights in the driving heaven forest, killing Earth Fey and Fey beasts for 3 days. The total number of Earth Fey cores obtained by the 5 prefectures represented each prefecture's score. According to the score, the young geniuses of each prefecture would have different qualifications to practice the dragon martial skill. The higher the score, the better the dragon martial skill. This was not to say that the Jiang clan was stingy, but it was a very normal method of competition in this world. Only through competition could there be breakthroughs and development. If there was no competition, then anyone could practice the strongest dragon martial skill. In that case, many juniors would not cherish it. Even if their martial arts realm increased quickly, their actual battle strength might not be that strong. So, competition was the main theme of this martial arts world. All resources had to be fought for. To the current Kong Shinmu, the demon-slaying training was the biggest challenge in front of him. If he could surpass himself in this challenge, and defeat Jiang Liushue's northern prefecture, then his future martial arts journey would be much smoother. But the difficulty could be imagined. The battle strength of a mere true dragon inheritor, such as Jiang Cheng, had already completely overwhelmed Kong Shinmu, not to mention Jiang Liushue, who was the inheritor of the heavenly dragon. Jiang Liushue's heavenly mystical blue fire dragon legacy could suppress the vast majority of Earth Fae just by using her talent. Even 4th and 5th tier Earth Fae might not be able to withstand it. It could be said that in the outskirts of the driving heaven forest, Jiang Liushue could do whatever he wanted. He could kill the vast majority of Earth Fae in a single move. How could Kong Shinmu compete with such a person? His only chance was to become stronger during this period of time. Relying on the fact that he did not need to rest at night, he could use double the time with Jiang Yuaning to attempt to kill more Earth Fae than Jiang Liushue. If Kong Shinmu wanted to become stronger, the first was to devour the divine dragon. This could increase his dragon body in devouring power, and the second was to increase his martial arts realm. The first level of the Dragon Ascension realm was still too weak. If he could break through to the second level, then Kong Shinmu's strength would increase by a lot. In short, if he could advance to the third layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, then he could easily crush a dragon martial artist with a true dragon inheritance. If he could advance to the fifth layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, he could even confront Jiang Liushue head-on. The increase in cultivation brought about an all-round improvement to the dragon martial artist, including the physical body, talent, speed, strength, and other aspects of the explosive power. When Kong Shinmu was in the true martial realm, the reason why he could improve so quickly was that he had an outstanding talent in martial arts, and the speed at which he absorbed spiritual qi was far faster than that of ordinary people. And now, his speed of improvement in the martial arts realm would still surpass everyone else. In fact, after transforming into a dragon, Kong Shinmu's devouring power even helped him absorb spiritual qi, allowing him to improve even faster. However, even so, if he wanted to step into the second layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, it still wouldn't be so fast. According to the original speed, it would take at least half a year to break through. Even if he had the devouring power, and the speed at which he absorbed spiritual qi had further increased, it would still be impossible for him to break through so quickly. It would take at least 1 or 2 months. Therefore, this method could basically be rejected. Unless Kong Shinmu could get some medicinal pills containing rich spiritual qi, it would be possible for him to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible after taking the medicinal pills. But in this barren mountain, it was even more impossible to obtain medicinal pills. At night, Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning were traversing through the forest. The range of their field of vision was constantly shrinking, and even as the sun set, the whole forest began to become dark. What they could see with their eyes became extremely limited, and basically everything was covered in darkness. Under such circumstances, it was very dangerous to move around in the sky-dry forest. For example, if they were ambushed by the multicolored scorpion, its body would turn pitch black and completely hide in the darkness. Whether it was a sneak attack or a defeated escape, it would be several times more terrifying than it was during the day. Moreover, the earth demons were extremely familiar with the heavenly dry forest. Fighting in such a place at night would be very disadvantageous for a dragon martial artist. If it wasn't necessary, no one would be willing to hunt in the forest at night. But in order to surpass the northern residents, where Jiang Liushue was, Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning decided to continue killing demons. The others needed to rest, but Kang Xinmu could completely replenish his and Jiang Yuaning's physical strength and energy by devouring the Earth Demon's demon cores. Even if they didn't rest for 3 days and 3 nights, it wouldn't be a problem. As long as they could kill more Earth Demons and obtain more demon cores in 1 night, it would be a profit. The sky darkened and the entire Heavenly Drive forest was completely dark. The forest was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning leaned against each other as they quietly moved forward in the forest. Even when they stepped on the dense forest full of withered leaves, they didn't make the slightest sound. In a situation where they couldn't use their sight, their hearing became their most trusted way of sensing things. Any slight movement would attract the attention of Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning, and vice versa. Therefore, when they moved, they couldn't make the slightest sound. Otherwise, it was very likely that their prey would escape. In fact, they might even be targeted by even more ferocious hunters. Even if they were dragon martial artists, being ambushed in this kind of forest was an extremely dangerous situation. Since the demon beasts dared to ambush them, it meant that they had the confidence to defeat them. The Heavenly Drive forest was even more dangerous at night. At this time, the other dragon martial artists who had entered the forest had basically found a place to set up camp. They wouldn't run around and would also set up sentries. On one hand, the forest was too dangerous at night, and on the other hand, they also needed to rest. At this time, only Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning were still full of energy and were still moving deeper into the forest. There's movement. After moving forward for a while, Kang Xinmu suddenly sensed some subtle noises in front of him. However, he didn't make a sound and only stretched out his hand to draw a circle on the back of Jiang Yuaning's hand. This was the secret signal that they had agreed on. Drawing a circle meant that they were ready to attack. Although he didn't know what demon beast was in front of him, Kang Xinmu was extremely bold. At this time, if he didn't act boldly, he wouldn't have the chance to surpass Jiang Liuxue. He suddenly jumped out, shuttling through the darkness. In an instant, he pounced on a 4-legged demon beast with a hard carapace according to the sound he heard. As soon as Kang Xinmu succeeded, his devouring power condensed on his body and turned into a huge black dragon that pressed down on the carapace of the 4-legged demon beast. The dragon's claws were condensed with pitch-black mist, and it stabbed down at the other party's belly. Chapter 3807. On this night when everyone else was resting, Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning were constantly running and fighting in the forest. The two did not go deeper into the Heavenly Drive forest, but continued to wander in the nearby area, looking for 2nd and 3rd layer Earth Demon beasts. After devouring the Thunder Slayer True Dragon that Jiangcheng had transformed into, his strength had greatly improved, and it was no problem for him to deal with 2nd layer Earth Demon beasts alone. At night, there were many Earth Demons coming out of the Heavenly Drive forest to hunt, and there were many kinds of demon beasts that could not be seen during the day, such as the Rock Beetle, the Ink-Hidden Earth Dragon, and so on. They were all demon beasts that lived underground, resting during the day, and only came out at night to hunt. These kinds of demon beasts were usually solitary demon beasts, so it was easier to deal with them than during the day. It was just that in the dark night, it was not so easy to find these specialized nocturnal demon beasts. But for Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning, it was not a particularly big problem, because with Kang Xinmu blocking in front, as long as the other party could not kill him in one go, he would eventually kill them. Even a centipede-like poisonous demon beast like the Ink-Hidden Earth Dragon could not poison Kang Xinmu to death in one go, and then Kang Xinmu used his devouring power to devour it, quickly increasing its poison resistance, and then Jiang Yuaning's moonlight power followed up and chopped the opponent into pieces. This kind of cooperation was very enjoyable, and the efficiency of hunting demon beasts was extremely high. During the day, it was very likely that they encountered those kind of demon beasts that lived in groups, and encountering one was equivalent to encountering several, and it was not so easy to deal with. But now, Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning were easily hunting those demon beasts in the heavenly dry forest. Those demon beasts would never have thought that in the dark forest of the heavenly dry forest, there would actually be a dragon warrior moving, and when they came out to hunt for food, they would actually encounter a dragon warrior. All these factors together made Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning's hunting efficiency extremely high at night. At daybreak, Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning counted the total number of earth demon cores they had obtained so far, and found that there were a total of 6 earth demon cores at the third layer, 11 earth demon cores at the second layer, and 25 earth demon cores at the first layer. The two of them had reaped a bountiful harvest. Even Jiang Liuxue would not have been able to obtain so many demon cores. Of course, Jiang Liuxue had long since ventured deeper into the heaven-dry forest to deal with the 4th and 5th layer earth demons. Although the number of earth demons couldn't compare to Jiang Xinwu and Jiang Yuaning, their total points were definitely higher. If they wanted to catch Liuxue, they would have to work even harder. The Demon 2 Demon Dragon 2 had, and 3, and had Demon 2 Demon Demons at 2, 1, and Demon Dragon Lixue, and had Jiang 2, Dragon Yang 1 in, and Demon 1 Dragon, 1 2 Dragons. 2 Yang Dragons is 9 Liuxue 1, 1 2, Dragon, and the two of them had not rested for the whole night, and were a little tired, but after devouring the power of the earth from the 3 earth demon cores, they immediately recovered to their peak condition. Your talent is very useful. Although it doesn't have that explosive destructive power in a head-on confrontation, it's much more useful than my moonlight power. Jiang Yuaning couldn't help but sigh. Divine dragons all have different talents. I only hope that I can rise to the top one day. Kang Xinmu shook his head. Only he knew how difficult it was to rise to the top with this devouring power, and the most difficult thing was to take the first step. As long as he could take that step, devour enough divine dragons, and step into the level of a true dragon, then his future would be much easier. But where was he going to find so many true dragons to devour? Previously, Jiang Cheng was courting death by taking the initiative to attack Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning. Ultimately, because he did not expect Kang Xinmu's talent to be so terrifying, he was defeated by Kang Xinmu. In the entire Jiang tribal clan, the number of true dragon inheritors could be counted. It was impossible for Kang Xinmu to casually devour others. Furthermore, if he were to devour dragon warriors who had no grudges with him, Kang Xinmu would feel apologetic. To him, if others did not offend him, he would not offend them. Even if it was for the sake of devouring, he would not take the initiative to find trouble with other dragon warriors. As a dragon warrior, he naturally had to have his own firm beliefs while living in this world. Kang Xinmu did not consider himself to be a good person, but he would not do something so extreme and selfish, such as devouring other dragon warriors. If that was the case, he would not be able to get over the hurdle in his heart. Furthermore, the more he devoured, the easier it was to reveal clues. It would be easy for others to know that he was the one who devoured the dragon warrior's blood essence and dragon bones. If this news were to spread, Kang Xinmu would become the mortal enemy of all dragon warriors. There was no doubt about it. Now, only Jiang Yuaning was so protective of Kang Xinmu. After all, she had fought alongside Kang Xinmu for a long time. She knew what kind of person Kang Xinmu was. Although Jiang Xinwu was only a mortal dragon's descendant, he was not afraid of death in battle. He risked his life to create the best environment for Jiang Yuaning to kill the earth demon. This ability was not something that any mortal dragon's descendant could do. As expected of Jiang Longjuan's son, Jiang Yuaning thought of the once stalwart figure, Jiang Longjun, who had been missing for 10 years. He was also Kang Xinmu's father, Jiang Zizai. At that time, Jiang Zizai was still in the Jiang clan. Jiang Yuaning was just a 10-year-old girl. Under the influence of what she saw and heard, everyone around her worshipped Jiang Longjun. Although Jiang Zizai disappeared later, his stalwart figure still left a place in Jiang Yuaning's heart, leaving a deep impression on her. "Don't worry, Kang Xinmu. You are Jiang Longjuan's son." Back then, Jiang Longjun was so high-spirited. "You won't lose to him." Jiang Yuaning patted Kang Xinmu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Come on, let's continue hunting Earth Fae. Today, we can go deeper and try to deal with the fourth layer Earth Fae." "Well, even if we don't go deeper, we should change our location. We killed too many Earth Fae in this area last night. The smell of blood is too strong. I'm afraid other Earth Fae will not dare to come here again." Kang Xinmu nodded. He agreed with Jiang Yuaning. With their current strength, it was too easy for them to deal with the first and second layer Earth Fae. Even the third layer Earth Fae would not be too difficult. In fact, Jiang Yuaning could handle it alone. Therefore, it was normal for the two to want to challenge a higher difficulty and find the fourth layer Earth Fae. After the two recovered to their peak condition, they headed deeper into Sky Drive Forest. Chapter 3808. Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning walked hand in hand. Both of them were in high spirits and full of energy. There was no sign of exhaustion from fighting for a whole night. If others saw this, they would definitely be extremely shocked. However, it was obvious that Kang Xinmu would not let others know the secret of his devouring power. Even for Jiang Yuaning, Jiang Xinwu had only revealed the devouring power in an intense battle when he had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, Jiang Yuaning did not have any doubts about this. Even after Kang Xinmu devoured the thunder-slaying true dragon that Jiang Cheng had transformed into, she still stood firmly on his side. In the beginning, Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning did not have much of a relationship. But now, they had already become comrades who had fought side by side and gone through life and death situations together. Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning had absolute trust in each other. As the two of them ventured deeper into the Sky Drive Forest, the number of demonic beasts in the surroundings began to decrease. However, the demonic beasts that appeared would definitely be stronger than before. "Be careful, there's a black granite man in front." Kang Xinmu saw a small hill in front of him. A huge black boulder appeared in his field of vision. It was entrenched in the dense forest on the hillside and was motionless. That thing looked like a huge black boulder, but in fact, it was an earth demon. It was a black granite man that had reached the fourth heaven of Earth Demon. This was the first time the two of them had seen a fourth heaven Earth Demon. Fortunately, this black granite man was clumsy and there were no other black granite men around it. A fourth heaven Earth Demon that was alone. Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. There was no doubt that this black granite man would become an opponent for them to practice with. Jiang Xinwu immediately transformed into a black dragon and charged towards the black rock golem. His 150-foot body descended from the sky and landed where the black rock golem was in one fell swoop. The black dragon's claws directly clasped the black granite man. Unfortunately, the skin of the black granite man was too hard. Kang Xinmu's black dragon's claws could not pierce through the skin and into its body. Therefore, the devouring power could not be unleashed. If the devouring power was used to directly devour the opponent's body, the effect would be reduced by at least half. After all, this was a fourth-layer Earth Demon. If Kang Xinmu's devouring power could not invade its body, it would not be able to affect it too much. The black granite men were famous for their thick skin and flesh. Not only that, but their regenerative abilities were also extremely shocking. If Kang Xinmu couldn't break through the skin's defense, the damage caused by Kang Xinmu's devour would be negligible. It would be faster than his own recovery. Just then, Jiang Yuaning's attack arrived. The power of the moon transformed into countless sword lights that rained down on the black lava golem like a sky full of arrows. They landed right beside the black dragon and bombarded the black lava golem. Jiang Yuaning's ability to control the power of the moon and the sword qi had reached a level where she could control them like her own arm. Even when the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into pounced on the black lava golem, she could still control the sword qi to avoid the black dragon's body and directly attack the black lava golem. The penetrating power of the moon and the sword qi was indeed not weak. Even though it was a fourth-layer earth demon, some parts of its body were broken by Jiang Yuaning's attack. Some inconspicuous cracks began to appear on the body of the black lava golem. Although it was not seriously injured, these cracks were enough for Kang Xinmu. Devouring power? Cover. Kang Xinmu did not disappoint Jiang Yuaning's efforts. He took the opportunity to condense the devouring power and covered all the small cracks on the black lava golem's body. Then, the devouring power invaded its body. Although the black lava golem's recovery speed was very fast, after the devouring power invaded its body, the cracks on its body were difficult to heal. This was because Kang Xinmu's devouring power had already started to devour the energy in the black lava golem's body, causing the black lava golem's recovery ability to become extremely weak. Roar! The black lava golem was injured and it roared with all its might. Its huge body finally got up from its prostrate state. The entire black rock was 150 feet tall and was not any weaker than the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. The black lava golem stood up and its pair of black rock hands smashed towards the black dragon on its body. The black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into did not dodge. Instead, he was prepared to take the hit head-on. He was mentally prepared for the power of the black lava golem's attack. It might even smash him to death. However, he did not retreat at all. Once he retreated, the devouring power would be forced out of the black lava golem's body and it would not be easy for it to invade its body again. Devour, devour. Kang Xinmu did not retreat. Instead, he activated the devouring power in his body and used 100% of his strength to devour the black lava golem's energy into his own. The black lava golem's fists smashed down and directly hit the waist of the black dragon's body. A huge force descended from the sky and completely flattened the waist of the black dragon's body. This situation shocked Jiang Yuaning, who was not far away. This was the first time she had seen or heard of a situation where the waist of the divine dragon's body was directly flattened. However, this was not the time for her to be in a daze. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, she also transformed into the moonlight star dragon. The power of the moonlight condensed and enveloped her body. Then, the power of the moonlight condensed into an even sharper sword gleam and directly pierced towards the black lava golem who had stood up. The black lava golem stood up and became a huge target in the dense forest. Jiang Yuaning did not need to deliberately aim at it and could accurately make the moonlight sword qi land on the black lava golem. Then, the more powerful moonlight sword qi attacked and caused the black lava golem to suffer serious injuries again. After all, the direct destructive power of the moonlight sword qi was still extremely strong. It was most suitable to be used against such coarse and thick-skinned fellows. Kang Xinmu's devouring power kept devouring the black lava golem's energy. The waist of the black lava golem was directly smashed by the black lava golem, but it was not fatal to him. This was because as the devouring power devoured the black lava golem's energy, Kang Xinmu's resistance to the black lava golem's power was also increasing. The power used by the black rock golem was brute force, the tyrannical brute force that belonged to the rock golem race. After devouring some of the black rock golem's power, Jiang Xinwu had developed some resistance to this brute force. His flattened black lava golem's waist gradually recovered. Then, the devouring power erupted even more intensely. At this moment, the black lava golem raised its twin hammers again and smashed them towards the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. Chapter 3809. The black granite being's fists turned into hammers and smashed down heavily on the black dragon. The terrifying force caused the black dragon's body to be flattened once again. However, this time, Jiang Shenwu's injuries were not as severe as the previous time. This was because he had devoured the black granite golem's tyrannical brute force, which had given him some resistance to its brute force. The black granite being's attack did not make Kang Shinmu lose his combat power. Instead, it made him devour the black granite being's energy even more ferociously. In addition, Jiang Yuaning continued to condense moonlight sword aura and thrust it at the black granite being. Wounds appeared one after another on the black granite being's body. The earth power condensed in the black granite being and covered all the wounds on its body in an instant. The appearance of the earth power stunned Kang Shinmu. This was because after the wounds were covered, his devouring power was blocked in the black granite being's body. The power that was devoured could not be absorbed into Kang Shinmu's body. This situation surprised Kang Shinmu. He could feel that the devouring power that was intercepted in the black granite being's body did not stop devouring. It was still devouring and weakening the black granite being's energy. However, the power that was devoured could not return to Kang Shinmu's body to restore his energy. Of course, it could not heal his injuries. This shocked Kang Shinmu. He did not expect such a situation to happen after the devouring power was blocked. In this case, there was no need for him to continue clinging onto the black granite being's body. The black dragon swung its tail and its entire body retreated quickly. Kang Shinmu returned to his human form and disappeared into the dense forest. The devouring power that he had left in the black granite being's body was enough to seriously injure the black granite being. He would leave the rest to Jiang Yuaning. The moonlight star dragon suddenly moved. Without Kang Shinmu's black dragon entangling her, Jiang Yuaning could attack more directly and smoothly. This was because she did not need to worry about accidentally injuring Kang Shinmu. The devouring power that Kang Shinmu had left behind was enough to keep the black lava golem busy. At this moment, the moonlight star dragon was waiting for an opportunity to strike. The power of the moonlight condensed into countless sword lights, breaking through the air from all directions. Every ray of moonlight sword light was cold and full of killing intent. The black granite man had nowhere to hide. Although it had forced Kang Shinmu back, it was still injured. The devouring power was still wreaking havoc in its body, constantly weakening its strength and consuming its stamina. In the face of Jiang Yuaning's moonlight force sword chi, the black rock man curled up into a ball so that he could avoid the moonlight force sword chi to the greatest extent. When this black stone man stood up, his body was 150 feet tall, but after curling up into a ball, he became a black stone ball that was only 30 feet wide. Most of the moonlight sword chi missed because of this. However, there were still some moonlight force sword chi that landed directly on the black stone man's body. After discovering that it had curled up, Jiang Yuaning once again condensed the moonlight power. More sword chi descended from the sky, and a murderous aura enveloped the entire place. It had to be said that Jiang Yuaning's attack was extremely fierce. It was completely different from Kang Shinmu's devouring power, and this was under the condition that she had not cultivated any dragon martial technique. If she had cultivated the dragon martial technique, there should be many dragon martial techniques that would be suitable for Jiang Yuaning's moonlight force. The devouring power that Kang Shinmu had left in its body continued to wreak havoc, constantly devouring the blood and flesh essence in its body. Although it could not be transferred to Kang Shinmu's body, it had indeed greatly weakened the black granite golem. Under the double attacks of Kang Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning, the black granite golem at the fourth heaven of the earth demon had almost no room to resist, and was directly blasted into pieces. The black granite golem's body soon collapsed completely, turning into countless black rocks that fell into the dense forest. It had completely lost its vigorous vitality. Fortunately, I killed it. Kang Shinmu bumped heads with Jiang Yuaning, and then took the black granite golem's demon core. This demon core was worth 4 points, so it was relatively easy to deal with. I'm afraid this is the easiest 4th Heaven-Earth demon for us to deal with. If we encounter other 4th Heaven-Earth demons later, it will definitely not be so easy. Jiang Yuaning said with a solemn expression. Indeed. Kang Xinmu agreed with her because the black granite golem's physical body was definitely extremely strong, but it did not display its full strength just now. It could be seen that the black granite golem was not in its best state. Moreover, Kang Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning's techniques were very coordinated, and the black granite golem was killed by the two of them before it could display its true strength. It was a tragedy. However, such a tragedy happened almost every day in the Sky Drive Forest, and it could not be more common. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Kang Xinmu suddenly sensed that something was wrong around him, and there seemed to be a very soft pitter-patter sound. He raised his hand and gestured for Jiang Yuaning to stop talking for the time being. Then, he walked into the dense forest to investigate. This caused Kang Xinmu's expression to become a little strange.